decided, well, ultimately I came to the conclusion that all I must do is take care of the music, even if I do it in a closet. And if I really do that, somebody's going to come and open the door of the closet and say, hey, we're looking for you, you know?
Yeah.
And this is the way I really approached the whole thing. Really, I felt that otherwise, see, if I spread myself all over the place, I would have lost sight of everything. It's like you say, isn't it terrible that there's a war here and starvation there and poverty here? Now, what am I going to do as a human being about this whole thing, you know?
Yeah.
Well, gosh, if you try to accept every problem, you're just going to go insane.
Yeah.
So you have to choose some field in which you operate at your best capacity and which will then serve as an influence to deter all these other things that, that you're learning. So I figured, like, if I take care of the music as best I can with my truest beliefs, then all these other things will be affected as I desire them to be affected, as much as I can affect.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to the official second Big Boy Games game development stream. How's everyone doing? How's it going? What's everyone up to? You're good, brother. Let's go. Hello, Astro Quack. Welcome. Getting everything up here. All right. So, plan for today. Gonna be just working on more random stuff. One thing I do want to work on is some more automation stuff, just a little bit, just because I've been putting a lot of time into the dungeoning stuff. Like one thing specifically I want to get done is the long range mover. Because right now, like, the mover can move one belt away. But if we ever want to have recipes with, like, multiple inputs, we're going to have another belt going through. So the long mover, the long way, that can really get some things moving. But yeah, let's go ahead and hop into it. Whoa, did you guys like the transition? So yeah, back in Godot. Turn my mic up a little bit. I mean, it shows on OBS that it is at the proper level. So I don't know how I could even turn it up anymore. I guess I could turn it up a lot more, like that. Is that better? I don't want it to start clipping, because clipping is no fun. Yeah, I don't know. Alrighty. So, before I actually get into programming, I need to decide how this long-range mover is going to work. So we're going to draw. Funny drawing. I like dark drawing. Ayo, thank you for the follow, AstroQuack. I appreciate it. Let's get a nice black backdrop. Alright, so there's two ways I could think of the mover working. So right now we have, this is the conveyor belt. The regular mover is just next to it like that, and that's fine for the 1 block distance. But we have to figure out what we're going to do for over here. This is the other conveyor. So the idea is that you would be able to have the mover over here, but it grabs from here. So it skips this conveyor. So I'm just trying to think of, like, what makes sense for that. Because obviously this makes sense. It's like the items just kind of go into it. But it doesn't really work for this because they're going to go across the other conveyor. Factorio does have funny arm, yeah. But I don't know, because I'm trying not to do funny arm. Trying to not to just copy Factorio. One idea I was kind of thinking of is basically like, here, let's give this a little more depth. It's almost like not an inserter arm per se, but like it's got like a little, like a suction cup, like a right, and so it sucks up the item and then it like goes up here or whatever above. I don't know what I'm doing. But all I know is that we do need a long range mover. But how is the question? And if anyone has ideas, you're more than welcome to share. Also, like, one idea I did have for like the direction thing, because usually it's just an arrow. I figured 2 arrow. Why not 2 arrows? So that could work. The vacuum suction thing could work, maybe. I'm just trying to think how that would like look, and also how like we would be like how I would program that, really. Because is it like, are you just gonna see the item kind of move across? Here, let me add another layer. Is it just gonna go across like normal, or is it gonna like go up first and then across? You know, I'm not exactly sure. Then you also have to take into account like all the different directions of this too. Up then across. The only problem with that is that, like, where is the item going? Because if you're looking at the mover from this direction, which is the front direction, let's get arrows. Like, if there's the arm at the top or whatever, funny vacuum suction cup, and then you have your item, because it'll just look like it's just like kind of going up here and then disappears. This is the problem. This is why this is kind of weird to understand. I think it would be fine, honestly, just to have the item cross. Oh, of course I put that on this layer. Let's go. I can probably just delete that. It doesn't matter. Like, it wouldn't be the worst. I think if we just have the item just kind of go across, even if it crosses over another conveyor, I think that's just going to be the way that makes the most sense. So, well, the conveyor belt is a Minecraft trapped door. So you're saying like there's like a trap door here, or like some kind of like hopper, and it sucks up the item and then it goes down into the mover like that. Maybe. Yeah. Just thinking. Could be funny, but is it practical? Will it make sense? Because I kind of want all the movers to operate like in a understandable way. And this one, the items move in. It would be weird now if all of a sudden this one goes underground and you can't see the items. Don't worry, but it's just a stick that comes out and grabs it. Yeah, I might have to do just something like that, honestly. I think what we'll start with, just so that we can get it working and figure out the practicality of it later, is just have it move into the thing, which should be pretty easy to do. I should be able to just copy the mover and just change a few things and it'll basically work. So what's your idea? Back to the drawing board. This is the board. It's where we draw. What a funny vacuum like before, but the tube goes up and out of the mover and snakes around. Maybe. So are you saying like essentially it would like this, but it like comes out of the entrance? Is kind of what you're saying? So like, let me clean this up. So it's sort of like this. Comes out of the top. But then it's the question of where does the item go? Because if it comes out the top, I'm going to have to change a bunch of stuff. Now it's going to have to go back down. Could be the front too. We can maybe do front. I think if we just have it move into the front just like the regular mover, then we don't really have to worry about... Just want funny drama too? Yeah. Maybe, you know, I have thought about that for like maybe like transport, like just moving around the area, kind of like the hyper loops in Satisfactory. But okay. So question is, do I want to modify this one or add like export variables so I can just make it the same thing but not? Or do I want to like split this up so that there's like a parent class that all of the movers inherit, that kind of thing? And honestly, I say we just keep it the same. I say we'll just add another variable here that's like input ray length. And that should be fine. Or the tube mover could grab stuff from both conveyors at the same time. Maybe? Maybe there could be some kind of like overhead vacuum thing, yeah. And then you could wrench it or something, just so that it's the second one. Maybe. Tube mover, huh? But then you run into the problem of like overlapping objects, I feel like. We'll leave it as the regular. I feel like I need to voice my brain out right now. Yeah. I mean, I kind of get what you're saying. It's just I already have the first mover and that's working how I want it to. I want the other mover to also work the same. So if you want, you could record you explaining it and I can play it on stream. It's up to you. And then also with this mover, I guess it's the input will be like every other block away. Tile. So like it's over here, but then is the output also over there? Vacuum cleaner moment. Yeah, it is a vacuum cleaner. Glorified vacuum cleaner, honestly. Yeah, I think this would be fine. The only problem with this kind of thing is if the output is 2 away. Is that if you have some funny business. Like for example, if you have a object that is 1 block size, right? Then it's gonna miss that object. But also this could be beneficial for outputting just as well as inputting long distance. So like if you have a chest over here and there's a conveyor going over here and you don't want to insert onto the conveyor, but over here, then that could work. So yeah, I think we'll do both output and input long distance. Alright, so I'm just gonna make another variable that's like distance multiplier. Oh, I almost said multiplier. Markiplier. Distance Markiplier. And then we'll literally just duplicate the conveyor. Call it conveyor. Oops, this is the conveyor. I screwed up, gamers. Okay, onto the mover. That is the one. Distance multiplier. We will duplicate the mover. Mover. Long. The long mover. So we're almost done. We just have to make these ray casts longer, which is really easy since we have the multiplier. So we can just say, like, on start, we just multiply the distance of the out and the in rays by the multiplier. Where did I learn how to code? I started learning code in GameMaker. And that code is easy to understand, but there's plenty of... I don't recommend GameMaker, though. Other than that, it was just a lot of... Well, I'm getting my computer science degree. I'm graduating this spring, so that's kind of a big part of it. Otherwise, it's just practice, watching videos. You don't have to get a degree or anything to learn how to code, but, you know, of course it helps. But if you really want to know how to code, I would just say watch YouTube videos. YouTube videos are a great resource, so you can learn almost anything on YouTube. So then, yeah, actually, we should be able to just say times distance multiplier. I don't think that should cause any problems for us here. I just need to make sure I'm not setting that anywhere else. I don't think I am. But I'm just going to look through here and make sure. We're just looking for a target position. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Long range mover is done, guys. That was really easy. Here, let's go listen to... I drew it out. So you have your mover is set to only first belt. Yeah, like, I get what you're saying. I just, like, that's just a lot more code. Like, I don't know. It just, to me personally, feels like unnecessary complexity because I get the idea, but you can just use two movers. Maybe we could have some kind of advanced mover later down the line where you can kind of select, like, customize it more with filters and select which belts, but I just want to get some basic stuff done right now. Any channels I recommend? It's hard to say because there's so many different channels around that are always popping up and disappearing. So really, I would just look for ones that try to explain what's actually happening. Because I think that's one of the biggest things with programming tutorials. That's like a problem, is you end up just kind of blindly following and memorize what they're writing, but you have no idea what it actually does. And so in that case, it's not really teaching you how to program, you know, it's just showing you write down this text and it'll do some stuff. So I would just look for channels that try to explain everything and also try to avoid like the ultimate 12-hour long tutorial because it's just too long. It's way too much info. You're not going to be able to like compartmentalize, is that I think that's the word, in your brain, all that info. So really just look for nice short and sweet tutorials. Kind of regret spending all my money on the degree. Graduated last month with honors and I'm no further ahead of where I started. Yeah, degrees are a funny thing. Yeah, I do get that. Sometimes it does sort of feel like, is this really worth it or not, you know? It just really depends on the job, too. Pretty much every single job I see for computer science needs a degree, which is one of the big reasons I kind of went with it. Also, just to learn the more technical, like algorithmic side of programming, which you don't really get a lot on YouTube and stuff like that. Yeah, are you also a computer science degree or some other kind of degree? As you said, what about shapes? Shapes? I don't know how they do it. I don't know if I've ever gotten that far. Do they have like long range movers or inserters, whatever? Programming and analysis. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you'll draw what you're talking about. Alrighty. Sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen a lot of mixed feelings on on like computer science degrees and stuff. I think like if you can get into the industry without your degree, then great. I'd say honestly, what I think a CS degree probably would be more beneficial for specifically is like the more research side of it, especially if you go for like a master's or PhD, because research, the whole side of research in CS is, you know, you have to have a degree. So I need to draw new sprites for this too, because I don't want it to just be the regular orange mover. So we'll take all of these and we'll change it up a little bit. So my idea was having like 2 arrows. And then also let's change the color scheme. We could do red. But I'm not sure. Let's experiment with some colors here. I guess it just depends on the person where they start. I could have had a much better portfolio site with Capstone that could have been used instead of having a degree. Many companies say they need them, but don't really. Yeah. Yeah, from what I've heard, like I haven't, you know, I'm still working on my degree, so I can't say for certain or anything, but everyone I've talked to about it always says a strong portfolio is pretty important, and that's what a lot of companies are looking for. So that's kind of partially, I feel like, one of the reasons that I'm doing sort of game dev stuff. It's just kind of like, you know, this is what I can do. And of course, if I want to actually do game dev, then that would be a pretty good thing to be doing. We could do red. Let's try red. Okay, it has been drawn. Moves every other one. Yeah, well, that's just a splitter. I'm definitely going to have a splitter. Yeah. We'll definitely do a splitter because that's super important for not only lane balancing, of course, but just moving things across to other conveyors. It's really convenient, so. For show. Okay. And then up here, the arrow. It's hard because there's not that much space here for a second arrow. But we could maybe do something like this. Perhaps. I'm just thinking what would look best. I think the double arrow isn't very readable. Maybe it has a little stem. Or maybe we just don't do there. Or maybe we do pure color code. But then that's just going to look like a reskin. See, there's a lot more space on the sides for the double arrow. It's just these front and back, since like the perspective is down at an angle, it kind of compresses the top. No, that looks stupid. How could we do this arrow? That is the question. Unless we just do 2 smaller arrows. Like something like that. I mean, that could maybe work. Let's see how that looks. I mean, that's not bad. Or with long tail. We can try both. I'm gonna just like put this into the game because it's so easy to edit these after the fact. Because I need to see how this looks in game, I feel like right now. Let's also, oops, I'm on the wrong layer. We're just gonna go ahead and color all these in. We'll leave those as that color. Okay. Oh. Oh, right. This is still the big arrow. That is not ideal. Oops. I messed up everywhere. Okay. We have that arrow, that arrow. Let's do the side arrows. So we did shrink the arrow edge a little bit. How much do we want to shrink it here? Let's do... Oops. That's not bad. That'll do. And then we'll move it forward also. Fix that. Oops. Okay. Flip this. Fill in the bottom. And I think our long range mover is done, guys. That didn't take very long, did it? So I'm just going to go ahead and resave these sprites. We'll have to change all the names of the sprites in here, which isn't a huge issue. Like here, we're loading the mover sprite. We need to do the long range mover sprite, so. Honestly, just in case we ever have another kind of mover, I'll just say like type suffix. And it's just a string that we can put in. And I'll just add it here. We will have to do a little bit of an if statement. We'll just say if it's not equal to nothing. Otherwise, we keep it how it was. Just because of the underscore spacing. Like so. Just by chance, would you know if there is a way to alter the settings in Godot 4.1 while selecting tiles from a tile set? I'm sure you've seen this, but when you open up a sprite sheet, the default horizontal and vertical grid is something like 4 or 3 or whatever. Yeah, I have noticed that. I'm not exactly sure if there is a way. I know there's like editor settings. It could be in there. Let's see if there's anything. Tile map. Or that would be in a... selecting tiles. Default horizontal vertical grid is like 4 or 3. Oh yeah, no, you're totally welcome to ask me anything about Godot. I'm happy to help. So do you mean specifically, I'll just open a tile setup just real quick to make sure. Or wait, I don't have that there. Let's go to the level. I have a tile map in here. So, are you talking about... Been through all the settings, couldn't find it, kind of driving me crazy? Yeah, no, that's fair. Do you mean like in this section here? Because it sounds, you're saying the horizontal and vertical grid, it almost sounded like when you are splitting a sprite up in an animated node. Let me go to that really quick. Let me just add an animated sprite. Okay, yeah, and here where it's the, like after you load, or I have to make a new sprite frame. Like down here, it's cutting it from a sprite sheet, right? Let's just grab anything. Yeah, this here. Yeah, I do notice that. I'm not exactly sure if there is like a default setting for that, if I'm being totally honest. So that is a very good question. I find myself just always setting these really quick, like, okay, well, there's 3 and 1, so it just sets the resolution automatically, which is always convenient. But I could dive into that. Frames. Well, it's not an input map. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, well, that didn't show anything. What a pain. I'm just getting into this and thinking about ripping up some huge sprite sheets so I don't have to deal with it. Yeah. There's probably a way to set that somewhere. Well, when in doubt, Google it out. That's what we're gonna do. Set default. Let me check. What is this called specifically? Add frames from sprite sheet. Just see if there's any ways. Yeah, I remember previous settings. Sounds like it might not be a thing yet. I mean, yeah, you probably could modify like the engine to change it. I mean, it has to be stored somewhere down in the Godot files. I was recommending your recent devlog. It looks pretty interesting. I noticed there's another game in progress. Is that on hold or are you doing both? Yeah, I think you're probably talking about Bounding Main. We were working on that in Unity. I don't really want to use Unity anymore because I'm really vibing with Godot. I kind of would like to go back to that project eventually, but it's just we'll probably want to port it into Godot. Working with Godot, I just kept thinking to myself how easy that game would be to make in Godot with all the extra stuff it has. So it's on hold for now. I think maybe one day I might go back to that project and try to rework things. It wasn't only Unity though. It was also just the way in which we kind of did the monster. I think the issue is that we relied very heavily on the making a scary monster. But it's hard. It's really hard to make a scary monster, we realized. So I think what we'd want to do is kind of rework that game into the enemy being more of a invisible threat, if that makes sense. So I don't know. Maybe one day. I would like to finish that game. I'd like to have a horror game under my belt, but this is honestly kind of fun right now, though, working on Starground, so yeah. I forgot where I saw some of the advanced features rely on the actual Godot UI on the fly. Seems like some settings that would be nice to change the default on. Yeah, I would, maybe it's somewhere in here, but, if it is, then it needs to, that stuff needs to be in a more convenient location. At the very least, just, remember the last settings that you put into the tile map, But, I don't know. Yeah, a little frustrating. But, Godot is such a relatively new engine. I think they'll definitely want to add more quality of life stuff like that at some point. I saw that there was a space mechanic in the Discord. Yeah, I mean, I can explain it now. Let me go ahead and just make sure this long mover's set up properly. I'll just put in the distance multiplier, then the type suffix, which will be a long. Yeah, let me just do this super quick, and I'll show you all about that. All right, gotcha. Definitely am more interested in Starground. Yeah, I'm having so much more fun working on Starground. I like horror games. They're cool and all, but it's not my genre. Whereas automation, more sandbox games is my favorite. I don't know why I took so long to make an automation game. I think part of it was just knowing that I didn't really have the experience yet. You know, because my whole goal was I wanted to work on things that didn't have very high stakes, so that I can learn how to make a game before I tackle the one I'm actually worried about. But I feel like I'm at a pretty good spot now with that. I think that's why it's about time. And I haven't had any big hiccups or anything. It's honestly been going really well. So that's always great. Why is Godot more fun than Unity? I do know exactly what you mean. I think a big part of it is just how lightweight Godot is. It's so easy just to jump in and start doing stuff. Which I talked about this in the last stream a tiny bit. Unity takes a really long time to open the project and start up, and it's just, there's so much stuff. Godot, to me, feels just so much easier to prototype in and get, like, you know, draft up some fun stuff really quick. I think that's a big part of it for me. Thought it was a joke, Godot, one file. Yeah, it's crazy. It's weird when you export your project. It's two files, the .exe and the package file. It's kind of funny. Seems so powerful. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting engine from what I've seen, and I think a lot could be done with it. Is the language difficult? No, not at all. It's Python, which in my opinion is one of the easiest languages to learn, especially if you're starting out. Because the thing with Python that's completely different from something like Java, C++, or whatever, is it's almost like you can just write in English. So if you want to see if something is inside of something, like say you have an array, so it's like if object is in, and then your array, and that just kind of works, and it just checks, is it inside, and then it returns true or false. You don't have to, like, you know, you can use the .has method or a more complicated way, but there's so much stuff like that. You just say not, and a lot of it's just plain English. I think that makes it so much easier to write if you aren't familiar with that kind of stuff. And also, it's really designed for game development. I think that's a great thing about GDScript. A lot of people hate on GDScript, but I think it's good because it is dedicated towards game development. It's not like C# where it's kind of just this general purpose thing. It has a specific purpose, and this is what it does best. So I'm also working on a 3D factory game in Godot. Pretty happy with it so far. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I do want to get into more 3D stuff. It's just a bit more time consuming with the art side of things. The programming's no problem for me, but it's just the modeling can take a really long time, I personally find. But yeah, I don't know. It might just be because I'm trying too hard maybe to make it look realistic or whatever. I have no idea. I just need to get better at modeling, probably. I'm not bad at modeling, but I'm definitely not, I wouldn't call myself an expert. What am I looking for? All right. Inside of the build preview. Or for item in items. Oh yeah, that's another thing that I love about Python or GDScript is you can just say, for loops, you can just iterate through them without having to get an index and then reference it. You can just say for object and objects. And now every time it loops through, you can just reference the next object. It's great. I really do love it. It was weird at first because I've never really done a lot of Python, but it was so easy to pick up. I mean, I felt like I was like, yeah, I know this like a weekend. Like I know everything about it. So okay, so this is where we have the mover. We'll just add another mover. I believe it's mover long. I have a 3D space game concept. I'm kind of doing what you are. A few people I know from school and I are working together. Some game jams, start games before we get cried on a big project. Good. That is exactly what to do. Definitely working on a small project first before tackling your bigger project is a great idea. I think that's... I have made that exact mistake, jumping into a big project without actually getting some real practical game development experience, and it's a nightmare. You lose motivation first off, which is really bad, because if you're not motivated to make your game, it's not going to get finished. That's just the truth of things. And it's just a nightmare if you don't know how to do anything, because you're going to blame yourself if you don't know how to do something. And that's always a bad thing, because of course it's not great for your mental health. So yeah, always start with a small project first. I'm gonna have to post-processing. Do most of the heavy lifting on the graphics side of things. Shaders are great. Oh yeah, shaders are awesome. There's so many cool things people have done with shaders. It's just insane. I love the Godot shaders website, because all of these shaders, free, they're all awesome. Shaders is very difficult, for me at least, just because I haven't really dived super deep into it. Like, I know I could probably learn it, but I see this, and I see all these great free shaders, and I'm like, well, maybe I don't really need to learn shader language. Because these are really cool. I always just look through here and immediately I'm like, oh, this would be awesome to have in whatever game. Or this is a great way, honestly, to come up with ideas for a game. It's just to see, you know, what shaders can do for you. There's so much cool stuff in here. There's hundreds of these. Stylized sky, Doom, screen melt. It's so cool. Shaders are a super powerful tool. If you can master shaders, then you will be a force to be reckoned with. Tried using both Unity and Unreal before, but always end up going back to my own framework. Currently implementing Vulkan support for it, which is a way bigger task than I initially anticipated. Yeah, I haven't... That's pretty fair. I haven't really done, like... I've always used engines for stuff like this. I haven't done much of a... framework-based approach. I think the big problem with me with that is like graphics rendering. That's always been kind of a black magic type of thing to me. Like, of course I understand how it works, but it's just how you would implement something like that. But of course you could probably use like OpenGL or whatever. I have no idea, you know. I've always, but yeah, I could imagine how big of a task that would be, though, working on your own framework. I did just some fun stuff in like JavaScript, and I didn't use any libraries or anything. And it makes you just appreciate how much work that can take from scratch. So, gotta appreciate libraries. Like, I teach my small children, focus on reading as well as possible. That you can learn anything. You want a big game, start the basics. Exactly. Start small and work your way up. I agree, very hard to utilize with no prior knowledge, but they're very powerful and you can easily add life to your game. Yeah, shaders are one of the best things. I haven't done a ton of shader stuff in this game yet, just because I've been trying to just get like gameplay down. Yo, thank you for the follow, Lemur. I appreciate it. Okay, I think this is set up. We have the long mover. This should be multiplied. We're gonna load it. Oh wait, we have to do one thing here first though, before I screw everything up. Inside here I have to set new sprites for this. I know this is kind of gross in here, but I'm going to change this, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, I don't have any advanced features to compete with other engines. Yeah, it's crazy how much work that would probably take. Oh, I also have preview sprites for all these too. I'll get back to that. Let's just load this game up, make sure it actually works. All right, sorry it took so long. I was gonna go in and show you the Starship stuff. Asto Quack. If you're still here, I'll show you that right now. The idea with the whole spaceship thing is you can travel to different planets or moons around the solar system. And that's kind of the way of getting into the dungeons. I can show you what I have down for that. So let's just make sure. It's going to look the exact same in this build menu, so I'm not sure if it's working. It should be this one. Oh, yeah, there we go. So this theoretically, in theory, should work. The item positioning probably will be wrong, so I'll have to fix that. But let's see what happens. Could be interesting. Could work, could not. Oh. Well, it works. So that's epic. Of course, we need to fix the visuals because it's a little weird. So let's just do a fun example here. So we have this, right? So we'll have this one. This lane here will be for wood. The other for iron, let's say. I'll just break all this stuff. I hope this game might be really loud right now on the stream. I'm not sure. If it's too loud, let me know. I need to implement an options menu and make it so you can adjust the volumes, because it's always running at maximum volume. It's fine. All right. Just want to make sure I'm not shattering all the eardrums right now. All right. Great. How much stuff do I have? That's good enough. Oh, okay. Trees are in the way. Let's get some movers. Okay, so we'll do wood on this one. Iron on that one. Yeah, see, this is not right. Interesting. I wonder what happened there. Let's do this. We can look at visible collision shapes just to see where the raycasts are. Does a raycast hit the first object? Well, like, I know traditionally it does. I just don't know how that works in Godot. Because if it does hit the first object, then that's not cool. I'm going to have to fix that. I don't know how I would fix that. I don't know. So we can see right here. So yeah, obviously the raycast is the right length. Should try removing the conveyor under the extended. Oh yeah, let's do that. We'll put that there. We'll just have that there. Break this because it's going to start moving it. Okay. So just to confirm. And then also let's just put a chest there. It's probably... Yeah, so see, it is actually... Yeah, raycast is... Yeah, I assumed that's how it would work. I just didn't think about it, I guess. So, I mean... It's not really a reason to test the other thing, but we can. So, okay, well, of course it works here if we put our items in there. So that gets sucked up. Yeah. And then if we break this one, yeah. So we're going to have to find a different solution than raycasts. Works fine for things like conveyors because there should only be one object. If you put a mover in front instead of a belt. So kind of like this, like another mover. No, what do you mean then? Instead of a belt. My suggestion is to use an area 2D with an offset. Or just add the offset to the raycast. Yeah, I think we could just move the origin point of the raycast. That should work. Belt going to the right instead of a conveyor. Front of the double mover. Oh, you mean a mover going to the right? Like that? That's so good. What am I doing? I'm just testing some stuff with this mover. I realized the raycast always hits the first target, which I don't know why I didn't realize that. Yeah, this shouldn't work. It can't take from other movers on the side, so that's not an issue. See, it would also collide with that, so that's why we need to fix all the raycasting stuff. So let's see what we can do. Or a mover. So I just want to make sure there's not any like hit from inside. Affect polygon shapes. Yeah, we want that off. I'm gonna check something real quick. I think I remember seeing something like a point cast. A point cast would be exactly what I need, if that is a thing. I'll also take a look at the docs. Documentation, another really great resource. If you're not using it, you should. A point cast, huh? That's not there. I'll see if there's any settings in this raycast. Oh, shapecast. Is that what you might be talking about? No, that's like a sweeping area. Why is the game called Starground? It's naming stuff so hard. But it's just a mashup of playground and star. It's always hard to come up with names. So at a certain point, I was just like, what is the game? I want it to be a playground. Here's a name that is sci-fi. Boom, you have Starground. I'm like wrong with naming. Yeah, let me look there. I can see if there's anything. I could probably look in the engine, but camera, canvas modulate. Line? No, because that's not going to get a collision. This is going to draw a line. Marker? No. There's a lot of nodes I didn't realize existed. Navigation link. No, that's for navigation, probably. So there's Raycast 2D. What is a remote transform? No. Yeah, I don't know. We could offset the raycast. It wouldn't be the worst. Yeah, it would be really nice if, because that's exactly, I've been needing that for a long time. It's like a raycast without checking in a line, but just at a point, you know. And yeah, who else said the area? Yeah, use an area 2D. That could also work well too. So maybe I'll just have to switch to that. Yeah, it should theoretically work the same. We should just be able to say, like, get collision bodies. And that should do everything we need. Unless you can find that other node you were talking about. I don't see it here anywhere. I mean, I'll check in here also. Because there's the shapecast and the raycast. I guess the shapecast is like a sweep region. Whereas, of course, the raycast is just a ray. Marker. Yeah, it'd probably be fine just to use an area node. We'll go ahead and try that. I'm gonna have to change a lot of code in here. Oh yeah, shoot, sorry, I forgot to show you that. Okay, I'll show it to you right now before I get distracted. Yeah, so you get to different planets. Let's see, you can go to get new resources, or where the dungeons are. I think we might have. I'm still deciding because it would be really cool to have multiple planets for automation. My only worry is performance, though. Just because having a lot of different regions loaded could be bad. I disabled the zoom cap so you can just see everything. But essentially, you can build your spaceship and look in this menu here, and this is the like the selection screen for the moon or planet that you want to go to. This is nothing. I'm probably gonna get rid of this planet here, or just label it "Home Sweet Home," and you can't like actually go to it. Still a little bit of work I need to do here, but the look of it's set. So you can just click on the planet or moon that you want to go to and then launch there. And so now we're over here in a dungeon. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, no. I'll fix that. Don't worry about that. But yeah, it generates a dungeon, and you can go explore the dungeon. I have the dungeon generation code working pretty well. Unfortunately, there is no way to leave once you are over here. Actually, you could technically walk. Or no, the water is collision. It was under something else for simulating it. Okay. I can keep looking through the nodes and see. It's probably a 2D node. It's probably not any of these. Oh, that's my own custom stuff. Join 2D. Path. Yeah, I wish they had like a point cast. That would be really useful, actually. Just the exact same as a ray cast, but it's just a point instead of a ray. I would like that. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything. For now, I think let's try offsetting the starting position of the ray. Oh. Godot, what are you doing? Oh, physics direct space state 3D intersect ray. Let me take a closer look at this. Does it? Yeah. Let me check this out. Intersect ray. Yeah, what's in here? I think there is an intersect ray thing in here. Right here. For performing a 2D raycast query, you can do physics direct space state 2D. But this will still be just a regular raycast, right? Oh, what is this, intersect point? How do we do intersect point? That's what we need. I mean, I could probably just directly call intersect point. I could change all the code, or I think I could just change the starting position. I do appreciate you finding that for me, though. Let's try changing the starting position, see how that goes. Because it should stop the issue. So, we're just going to say dot position. Yeah, we'll just say position equals, so it's going to be dir times let's see here. Going to do a quick demo project? Yeah, go ahead. I would appreciate that. So our distance multiplier, so if it's 1, it should be 0. Well, I'm gonna have to change that variable. Or I guess 1 will just be regular. We'll just make it. Will you save dungeon generation will be different each time? It should be different each time. Basically, after each time you go through the dungeon, or if you die, it'll get rid of the dungeon and generate a new one. Just so that it spices things up. So we're doing dir times, yeah. So dir times right in will be negative direction. And we're gonna have to say, well, times 16, but then also -1. That should work. As long as it doesn't intersect when you start it in another object, hopefully that's not a problem. We'll see. If the project will load. When this pop-up shows up and it's the same color as the background, I always think like, uh-oh, my code is not good. But it's fine. So yeah, the raycast should be like set away from the starting object now. Let's see how this looks. That's looking good. Let's make sure this doesn't collide. It does not. I think we're okay. Just to make sure, I'll do that. Get some items in. Yes. We're good. Offsetting it fixes everything, so. I gotta go give a thanks to who suggested that. Where is that? Lee Mayer, thank you. I appreciate it. Alright, cool. So I think the long range inserters, movers. Oh no, my Factorio is showing. Should be working. I'm just trying to think of any configuration that could break it. Let me just go ahead and put items onto it just to... Actually, let's do our setup that we're trying to do before with the furnaces. Because that's like really what we would be doing with it. Chests. I could get rid of all the collision boxes showing now, but oops. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Get the long rangers. Yeah. Now let's go see how this looks. Then what you could do too, here we'll set it up after I do this. We are about to automate, gamers. This is gonna be insane. We need more wood. The problem, yeah, it's what's gonna happen is that it's gonna fill up the first furnace to stack size first. It's not a huge issue, but we'll probably I might change the stack size on the furnace. Maybe make it like 10 instead of 99. Just because you don't want to have to throw so many items into it. Like, I know Satisfactory takes the route of just whatever, just put it all in, it'll fill up eventually. Which I could kind of do that. I'll explain exactly what I'm saying right now. So, like, for example, over here, the mover, this will keep pulling items into this first one until it's completely full. So what's going to happen is that this is just going to keep getting items, and then these are going to be starved of resources. It's not a huge issue if you have more than enough resources coming through, but how will different gameplay elements merge? The whole kind of point, I guess, is that, like, they don't. Well, okay, they will merge in the form of, like, I want, because my whole goal is I want, like, each aspect of the gameplay to be kind of separate a little bit. Separate in the fact that you can progress in either without having to rely on the other one. But I think I will have certain things, like ways that they can benefit each other. Not in necessary ways, but in just helpful bonus ways. So for example, you could, in the automation section, maybe the whole thing with that is that you can research armor. And so you can't find armor in the dungeons. The only way to get armor is by automation. It's not completely necessary, you know? It's just kind of like a bonus to make dungeoning easier. And that would be an incentive for players to actually kind of do all of it, especially if they're playing solo and they don't have another person to fill out that other category. And then the dungeon will probably have artifacts, so like a longer tool reach or just different stuff like that. Kind of this like bonuses in each side of it. You said, shouldn't you do like on Factorio and Sorter's Field 5? Yeah, I probably will change that, I guess. Right now I have it set to stack size, but I could just set it to like a hard cap, you know, like 5. But let's go ahead and try this. Oh, shoot. Now, why would that be? Oh, it's because it's starting inside of the furnace. See, I need to fix that. I should have saved the game. Why didn't I do that? Now I had to rebuild it all again. Crazy. I'm crazy. You could add that the furnace use automatically an item that it has inside. So you move an item and then it works. Let me make sure I'm understanding this. So you move an item and then it works. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Problem is that like I do want players to be able to build up like a backlog of items. But of course when it's 99 items it's kind of crazy. Like slugs from Satisfactory? Kind of. Not like exactly that, but that it's that concept of like you go out and do this other thing and it benefits your other aspect of it. Does it mean like not needing to set a recipe? Maybe. You don't have to set a recipe right now. We'll take a closer look at that. I'm just gonna change one thing in here. We'll just say on ray out. Hit from inside and ray in. Hit from inside. Might have to change some ray casting positions, but we'll see how that does. Because yeah, right now the furnace should automatically just like use the item right away because there's no like recipes. There is recipes, but it's more like in Minecraft where it just happens if the recipe exists rather than in Factorio where you have to like manually select it. You don't have to manually select the recipes for the furnaces in Factorio, but like the crafters you do, I guess. Okay. I'm going to save the game this time, guys. That's probably a good idea. So I don't have to reload it every single time. I do need to set up auto-saving at some point. Of course, this early, though, where I'm, like, adding all this stuff is going to destroy everything. Well, actually, I guess the way I do the saving and loading, it should be okay. Since it just, like, makes a new object. So if I change code, it should just work. As long as I don't change the name of the object, I guess is the big thing. Iron. I need to add the rising up effect to the iron. It works on the stone. You can probably see that happen somewhere. Where it kind of wiggles. Yeah, right there on the top left. It wiggles and rises from the ground. Just didn't get up to the stone yet. I don't know why. Oh. Okay. Or actually, I have plenty of wood. Let me get more iron. Let's give this a shot. And before I quit again, I'll make sure to save. I need to fix this in the build menu where it's like you can't tell which is which. Ah, shoot. Okay. Ooh, almost forgot. Saved. Game has been saved. Ooh. It's not working, guys. Save. Yeah, I saved before it. Then we can load it. We're good. So that's fine there. See, now I think what's happening, I just want to confirm this really quick. It's pulling from this conveyor again. Yeah. So that's okay. We can fix that. I just had to completely offset this raycast. I guess you can make a raycast a point cast. Because you could just say the target position is just the same as the starting position. I don't know why I didn't think of that. So then we'll just say... Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to. I'm a silly goober, guys. Okay. Well, then just for sake of simplicity, let's just make this ray out, like, really short. Oh, I guess that's just defined by the target and the starting, yeah. So this needs to be one more. So we can just say not -1. Save for, oh, I already read that. So now if the direction is 0, 1, let's say it should get multiplied by 2 times 16. Which will 32. I don't know why I need a calculator for that. So yeah, I think that should work. Because if it's 16, 32, it'll be at the second, yeah. Then we also have to change the target positions. Right? Because it's going to start going backwards. Or does it not? Oh, right, because I'm just changing the position. So, target position actually doesn't need to be anything. Technically, I could just say it's 1. That should be okay. Let's try this. Yeah, because I mean, if the distance is just 1 and we allow inside collisions, should work. Let's try it out. I think you're not using a speed variable. I should be using it. The speed variable isn't used here. It's down. I can show you where. It's down in the code where I'm actually moving the item. I know this is kind of gross. I'm sorry about all these if statements. This is just me trying to get things working as fast as possible and then fix them later. Yeah, here is where I'm multiplying it by speed. I have it just set slightly faster than the conveyors just to make sure that they actually get compressed. And I think that's how Factorio does it too. I think inserters are a little bit faster than conveyors technically. At least some of them. I know the ratio in Factorio isn't like a 1-to-1 like it is in this, so. Okay, let's load it up. I think I'm just gonna look at the collisions of these. Okay, they're really tiny, but they are there. You can see a little triangle right here. So let's give it a shot, shall we? Uh-oh. Okay, so what seems to be the problem now? I think it needs to be longer than 1 pixel, maybe. I should be allowing... Oh, that's only the mover long. It's okay. I know what the problem is. I need to set it in here, too. We're golden. Now let's give that a try. You're gonna need to multiply by 1.1. What should I be multiplying by 1.1? Like, are you saying the target position? I shouldn't need to. Because the 1.1 is specifically just for the item movement speed. Godot? Stop? Okay. You know, I've had Godot crash, but I've never lost data. Never lost data on Godot. It does a really good job of auto-saving everything. Yeah, I just have the... This is like for how fast the item moves across the mover. Okay, moment of truth. Okay, they're colliding. And... we did it! Maybe? No, we did not. What is happening? Oh. It's because of how I set up the code. So let me show you. I know, early celebration. We did not actually fix it. So inside the mover, essentially what it's doing in this code, it's not directly taking the item from the conveyor. So where is that code? Ooh, there's too much code. It's in here, I think. Right here. So this is where it's setting the direction of the conveyor of where to output the item. Now the reason I did this is because the problem I was having was that there is 1 frame when you can take the item off the conveyor. And that's a problem. Because I want the movers to have priority on the conveyors. I want them to be able to take items out first. But now that it's the longer distance away, that doesn't work the same, so... Currently pulling the item to the other conveyor on you. Yeah, like what's happening is sort of what I was saying. Like this is setting this to go up, but this conveyor is here, so it just goes into the other conveyor. So I'll have to change some code around. What I could, there's a few things I could do. I could change the raycast of the conveyor to a different position. And that could work. I'm just thinking. Look at this laser. I'm mining stone. I am mining stone. Okay. I could change it so that the mover does take it from the conveyor. The issue is that there's going to be a delay then in the conveyor movement, and I don't really want that. Because if you have like just a big conveyor line like this with your chest and your mover, wrong mover, I need to fix that. There's going to be like a little bit of a stutter every time it moves to the next conveyor. And that's not ideal for obvious reasons. What I could do is I could set like the position of this raycast also. It's not exactly what I want to do, but I think it's what I have to do. Okay. Why am I multiplying these by 1? I'm a silly goober, guys. I don't need to do that. Actually, I will multiply by 2 just so I can see it. Because when it's 1 pixel, it's almost invisible. So let's change the conveyors to work sort of like how I just changed the movers to. This is not a conveyor. There we go. So in here we can say hit from inside and just change the positions on these. Oh, this is right back, so that should be that one. I am confused. Oh, right. It just does this. It sets it automatically. So that'll change that fine. That's changing target position. So I'll have to set it in here also. Wide conveyor is raycasting to the sides, item input or something, same thing for the back. I have that so that they can rotate automatically. So the right and left, these two are basically checking, oh, is there a conveyor pointing into me here? Well, then let's turn into the curved version, right? The back raycast, I know there's a very specific reason I did that. Have back is true. Oh, right, because it basically says like, here, if we go into the game real quick. So if there is a conveyor behind, it won't turn into a rotated variant like that. So that's what the back raycast is for. Because otherwise, let's just say, just for the sake of this, like, say there is a conveyor back here, but it just doesn't detect it. Then when you put a conveyor in here, it's going to rotate it, even though there's a conveyor going straight here. And that's not what we want. So, yeah. Got intersect point working. Had to do a little bit of digging for it. Oh, okay. Well, enlighten us, because I would like to know how you went about that. Yeah, there's a reason to have all 4 raycasts. It shouldn't be a huge performance impact since it only checks the raycast. Well, it doesn't actually yet, but in theory, it only needs to check for changes in this raycasting if there's a new conveyor built next to it. So, I don't like having extra things, but sometimes it makes life easier. Uh-oh. I realized what I just made. Don't look. Okay. So my idea for fixing these conveyors is essentially saying if we have a long conveyor. So you would have thought on using an event system or something, worry about performance. Yeah, it's this is just the first thing that came to mind. I did it and it worked. I probably will change it to some sort of event system where it just like sends an update, or it sends a signal to its neighbors every time you place it down, which is essentially what the raycast would do. But I'll definitely change these. Belts being everywhere, I'm gonna have to optimize that as much as I can. So it's kind of weird, the flow of the objects in the raycast that is activated, but I don't know how it is working. So it's kind of weird, the flow of the objects in the raycast that is activated. Basically, the raycast, I'm rotating it so like this is the front, left, right, and back. Anyway, can I send you a screenshot of it? It's a lot to put in one message. Yeah, go ahead. I would appreciate that. You can put it in the programming chat if you're on the server if you want, or whatever works. I just need all these raycasts to make it rotate nicely. And yeah, I'll probably change these out. This is just a temporary thing. Really, my whole thing with this is just trying to get some working gameplay in, regardless of performance. That's a big thing I always see a lot, is that people worry so much about performance, and you can just refactor it later. I know, technical debt. It's not something you want to do all the time, but I really wanted to make sure I could just get this working and make sure that this is going to work the way I think, just to define its behavior. And now that I have this working, I probably will go back and change the way I do this. Raycasts are fine, but they're not, yeah, as you said, probably not great for performance. Oh yeah, let's go see this. Oh, new message in project showcase. Let's go. Time to plug the Discord if you want to join the Discord and get updates and stream notifications on Starbound. Join here. Yeah, you can do I can send the link, or there you go. Thank you. I'm trying to keep everything sort of centralized on Discord, just because it's a really nice, convenient spot to have notifications, just all that stuff, news about the game. It's so hard to do it, like to have it all separated on every platform, you know. YouTube is fine, YouTube is great, but Discord is just good for smaller, quicker updates about things. You can also see in progress development screenshots or videos or whatever, so, you know, welcome to join if you want. It is funny. Funny pattern, guys. I'm just stalling. I know I need to fix my problems, but I'm just stalling. Okay. Let's get down to business. See, it's this raycast. Oh, I broke it. I was just about to point to my screen, but I realized that doesn't work. You can see my mouse. It's this raycast going up. It's because the other conveyor is here, so it just goes into that conveyor. That's what I need to change. We could just do what we did with this, where we just physically move the raycast like 32 pixels away. And that could work. But, new people, let's go. Thank you for joining. Kofi Streambot, you gotta chill out. I need to set the frequency of that or something. It feels like it's really often. Yeah, I'm just trying to decide the best approach to this. It would be easy to modify the function that I have set for changing the position and just setting the raycast completely different. The question is knowing which raycast. I think in here I actually have it set as, in the function, set move direction. Yeah, just the ray. This one, the front-facing ray, is the ray that's used essentially to determine which object the item will go into. So I just need to change that. Why does this feel like an iJevan or Direwolf Minecraft modded stream? I don't know. Yeah, it kind of does feel like that, I guess. Just kind of solving a problem. Send a programming chat. Awesome. Let me go check that. Let me open this in big screen. Physics point query. Okay. Yeah. So you're waiting a second. Calling the query. Yeah, this could work. The only problem is that you would have to settle this stuff every time, though. I mean, honestly, I think this just making the raycast really tiny kind of works. I don't know how this differs in terms of performance. This probably performs better. So yeah, this could be kind of an upgrade from the linear raycasts if it runs better. I don't know. I'd have to experiment with it. I'd have to rip everything up if I change this, but I'll definitely think about switching everything to that, though. Probably off stream, just because it's so boring. Did Godot just crash? Oh, no, it didn't. It's just sometimes it looks like it crashes because it replaces the thumbnail with like the game thumbnail. But now we're good. Okay. Well, let's make this change. So this is sending position. I'm just going to go make sure I know exactly what that position is. It should be in here. It's just the global position of the object. Oh, so it's like actually the target is on. It's just the position of it. Okay. So instead of saying ray target position, try with chat GPT, maybe it helps. Do you mean like generating code with chat GPT? It has low performance cost. You also only need to set what you need in the parameters. Oh, okay, so it's not necessary to do all of that. Yeah, I guess you would only have to set what you need. Yeah, I'll definitely change it to that then, I think. Guess we could do it now. I just want to see how much of a nightmare that would be right now. Be adding object to that. And then I'm resetting the target position here to usual. Check the docs for the parameters. It seems pretty similar to the regular raycast. Like in terms of position, the collide with areas or bodies. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll take a look at this. Where's my Google? Okay, so is exclude like excluding specific, objects. So that's actually kind of nice too. Which I guess it's easy enough just to do that with the collision mask, but if you have one object specifically you really don't want included, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. But before I do that, I'm just going to make this other thing work. Just so that I can get this working. ChatGPT is a helpful tool in game dev, but using ChatGPT to make code is just copy and pasting. The biggest problem with ChatGPT and code is that it does not understand structure. It can do maybe one individual unique thing. You could ask it to, I don't know, write code for making a player jump. But then you try to load that code into your project and the names are completely wrong. Everything's all screwed up. It just doesn't, because it doesn't have the context of all of the other code in your project. And that's the big problem with it right now. It definitely can be used as a useful tool. I never use it personally, but I could see the benefit to using it for code. I use it outside of code, but it just doesn't do what I need for code. I've tried to get it to like generate just like a basic HTML page before, which should be incredibly easy for an AI like that. If it can do code, you just have to write the HTML tags and stuff. But it couldn't even do that. It couldn't make a working HTML page. So my thing is now I need to change my inventory system, use that method instead. Oh yeah. How do you have your inventory system set up? Do you mean like inserting the items, I guess, or is it like a more UI thing? Because I would be interested in knowing. Use a collision-based inventory. Okay. Yeah, the way I can show you how I have my inventory stuff set up. Why did that pop up? I use it for SQL. I could definitely see the benefit of ChatGPT with SQL. Like stuff like that, like just writing an SQL command or this very specific, unique thing. It can be pretty helpful. I hear in the industry it's used a lot for writing tests, which that's a great use of it. I think that's right now where it stands is that's kind of what it can do. I think people think that it's this ultimate tool that'll just write all your code for you and everything's going to work. That doesn't work. It does very specific things decently well enough. But outside of that, sometimes it can struggle. Yeah, for my UI, I just have everything using the control nodes. Where is that? Like inside of the slots, I can show you what I have going on. Or I don't know if you're using, are you using Godot? I can't remember. ChatGPT for SQL is such a lifesaver. Yeah. I don't really do a lot of SQL, but I could totally see that though. I've got to space some things out. But yeah, I'm using the GUI event that I'm just checking for all the inputs. I know you can check for the input in like using the actual event parameter, but I just want it tied to the input system, so that's why I did it that way. Is the player character a placeholder? Yes and no. Some aspects of it I think are what I want. Like I kind of want the space suit and the little backpack, oxygen tank, whatever you interpret it as. I kind of modeled this character based off of the Godot character. Godot characters. Godot engine characters. This little guy. This is almost like sort of what I based off of, just the cylinder head robot guy. You can also find that in there's this one article, where is it? This scene replication article. There's this robot guy. That was kind of like, I saw that cylinder head and I was like, that's kind of epic. So I just sort of took that for the character. But I don't know. I'll probably change it at some point, maybe. I just have no idea what I would change it into. Like, I don't know if I would make it more of a human character or not. I kind of like the idea of it not really being a human. And you'll see later on as to why that makes sense. But if anyone has ideas for character designs, though, totally welcome to suggest things. You can put it in the art channel if you're on the Discord. Okay. Let's do this thing. Let's do this, guys. In the conveyor. In set direction. Wherever it is. Right here. So yeah, I'm setting the target position. Instead of that, let's just set the position. Okay. Now for the conveyor. Cylinder Among Us. Oh. I don't know. Maybe. Cylinder Among Us. I can't remember what I was going to look up. Yeah, I don't know. It kind of is a Cylinder Among Us in a way. You are like a little spaceman guy. Put my inventory chat, it's not much, but it works as intended. Let me check that out. Nice, nice. Okay. So you haven't... yeah, that's interesting how you went about that. It's definitely different to how I did mine. Because you're using an area node. So you're using like physics collisions for the UI. Which could work, yeah. I mean, obviously is working for you, so yeah. It's interesting. I was considering that way actually first when I started working the UI. I don't know. Didn't end up doing that though. Yeah, I just tried to keep everything with the control nodes. I think specifically for like the anchors because the area nodes don't work well with control nodes because they're not control nodes. So if you want to position things dynamically, it kind of becomes weird. You know, because like this, well, like this doesn't, this will just go like this, scale like that, but you can have any size of the screen you want. So, target position, that's fine. It's having issues with the default GUI signals. They're not consistent enough for my liking. Yeah, that's fair. I did find that, like, specifically, are you talking about like the mouse enter and mouse exit events? Because I found issues with that too. That's the reason why I changed it to just the GUI input event, and then I checked for the input map on that event. But yeah. Okay, so now in the conveyor we have to set the ray. We're gonna say, oh, hit from inside's already on. Yeah, that's the problem, yeah. So the ray, we also need to set this now. Ray dot position equal dirt times 16, and then we'll just say that's dirt times 2. Okay. I shouldn't have to change that. Yeah, it should be okay to just change the position because the target position won't really change. I can't remember what target position is about. Actually, I think I'm synchronizing that. No? What am I doing with target position? I can't remember. Oh, right. That's just saying if it's not the, yeah. Okay. So I have to look for where I'm resetting the ray position. Okay, that's the direction, yeah. Oh, that is the direction, isn't it? So if I'm not changing the direction anymore, I'm going to have to fix that. Okay, so position will just be direction times 16. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, so this should work. The only other thing here is now I have to say instead of, well, this is target position, just position. Same with this here. And that should work. Position, blah, 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 blah. Let's give it a try. I did not. Wait. Local. Oh yeah, I converted local. We should be okay. I was thinking about this one. Oh. Gotta love it. It is my favorite thing. I'm joking, it's not actually. Never seen a super myth before. Interesting scenes reversal. Oh yeah, it is really important for a game like this, because inheritance is super good. Because basically it's just for running all the stuff in buildable. And buildable runs all the stuff in breakable. Just so I can like have things share all this common code. Inheritance, very good. I do both inheritance and a component-based system. Of course, being Godot, having nodes, it's going to be a component system a little bit. Okay. So now we can see that raycast that's in the proper position. So now if we get our mover out, so we put the chest. Let's see what this does. Oh, I'm just stupid. Okay. I mean, that worked. Let's load our save. Let's see what happens. Oh, we did it. Success. We have successfully implemented the long-range mover. Applause. Thank you, everybody, for the help. I appreciate it. So now we can finish our automation setup. We can do that. And we are gaming. Just like that. So yeah, this is what I was trying to talk about before. It's all just going to go into the first furnace. I can change the stack size. The long mover will also have to change the item position, or the starting position. That's not a huge issue. So yeah, all the items go in there. Works pretty well. Oh. I always forget to put a mover. I don't know why. I swear to Gleep Gorp, I keep putting the wrong mover, guys. There we go. Look at all this iron. What are we going to do with all this iron? We can't do anything with it. Yeah, that's the answer. One day though. You can put it around in your inventory if you want. Drop it on the floor. Split it up a bunch all over. I have the inventory kind of working similar to Minecraft. Just in terms of like the things you can do. You can also middle click to sort. Fun fact. Alrighty. Compressed iron. Like the items that I have. Well, these are iron ingots. Or are you saying like I should add compressed iron as like an iron plate kind of thing? Maybe. I know like Create Mod does that. They have the iron plates. I've played a bit of Create Mod items at RestreamBot iron ingot. Yeah, iron ingot. Yeah, they have the sheets in Create Mod. I've thought about something sort of like this maybe. I don't know. That's the nice thing about automation though, is that the sky is the limit. You can do anything you want. If you want plates, sure. If you want, you know, gears, whatever, wires, you can do it. Have the items set up pretty easily or pretty well, so it's like it's all just dictionary, which makes it nice and convenient to make new items. Really, to make a new item, you just have to make a new sprite, and that's it. Just rename it, and you're pretty much done. So, yo, create mod. No way. Well, let me mark this off the to-do list, I suppose. Do you guys like having the to-do list on the top left? Or does it not really help? I don't know. I just put it there just so, like, really for me, I guess. But if it's not helping anyone, let me know. I'll just get rid of it. I'm going to add a... Oh, I'm saying I'm going to add a few ways to work with metals, including melting, casting, pressing, cutting. Nice, yeah. I kind of wanted not that exact thing, but alloying. I thought could be a fun mechanic, which is something that just isn't prevalent in Factorio at all, which I feel like is kind of a missed opportunity. The new Space Age expansion actually does have alloying, which is pretty cool. So I'm pretty excited for that DLC. But I wanted to have like alloys you can make, like you can make brass and stuff, and they do different things. I thought that would be cool. Because you could, have the furnace just for your really basic like one-to-one, like iron goes in, iron ingot comes out, but then a bigger object, maybe a 3x3, the smeltery or the foundry or whatever for combining metals together. Do list is cool. Helps see where the direction of the stream's going. All right. It stays then. Okay. Well, what is next? I mean, how long have I been streaming for? Almost 2 hours. I told myself this was going to be a shorter stream, but maybe not. Maybe we'll do a longer stream this time. Well, not longer, but we could go for a little bit longer. All right. What's next on the agenda? So we have underground belts. I do want to add that. Let me discuss my thoughts on underground belts. I'm just going to delete all this garbage. Christmas is less than a year away. I'm so excited. Dude, I cannot wait for Christmas in less than a year. It's been so long since Christmas. It's been like an entire year. I mean, last time I had Christmas was 2023. I feel like building menu is going to help a lot. Yeah, I do need to work on the building menu. I probably should do that. I suppose, if I must. One other thing I wanted to do also while I'm here was make all the other mover sprites. The preview sprites. I'm getting a little tired of not having them. I don't like having to make a bunch of sprites like this, but it's the easiest way right now. Sometimes you have to sacrifice, like choose where you want to put your complexity into. Because I could add another system to make it so you can have multiple sprites layered for the build previews, or just make another sprite, and it doesn't take that long to just make a new sprite. I love Factorio, but I feel like it simplifies things too much and doesn't fully delve in a complex automation late game. I kind of understand that. I do think it definitely has a nice bit of depth. I mean, it just depends on your like needs for that, you know. Because I know like a lot of people starting out like get confused with like oil setups. Oil to me, like, yeah, because like I've been playing Factorio for so long, everything is just kind of super easy. So I kind of understand what you mean. I do want, like in this game in Starground, I kind of want like some more. I don't want like unnecessarily complicated things, but I just want more like branches, I guess, if that makes sense. How can I put this in words? Wood turns into iron? No way. Well, it should just be iron turning into wood. I mean, technically wood is turning into iron if you think of it that way. What is this? This is move along, preview down.
The tools are my best friends when it comes to this solo bit. Make a living.
Yeah, my hope is that with like the alloying and stuff, I can kind of branch off into way more categories of automation. Factorio, a lot of the gameplay is just very linear, which of course is, you know, fine, because there is your goal is to make the rocket ship. At least, you know, early game. I played way past the rocket ship. 2 hours. You're saying like some kind of machine to turn wood into iron, but it takes a long time? That could be interesting, actually. Like a transmutation station. Just if you have a bunch of one other item. Rolling trains are the hardest things, in my opinion, but they shouldn't be. Yeah, I get what you mean. Because, yeah, they're kind of like Oh, sorry. 2 hours. Streams on for 2 hours. Yeah. All right. Let's keep going for a little bit. Let's work on some more stuff. Why not? But yeah, trains and oil, like, it's weird because they're like intermediate research and stuff, and you need it for all the intermediate products, but it doesn't like really go past that point. So I do know what you mean with the complexity issue. Get out of here, Kofi Bot. I hate you. I think alloying could be a really interesting avenue to take that. But I don't know. That's why I know a lot of people like to mod Factorio, Crastorio, stuff like that. Just because it adds so much more like higher level stuff that you have to figure out. I guess my idea for this game kind of right now is like... oh wait, this is moving long sprites. I want alloying to be sort of like an intermediate step or whatever in the progression. I don't want people to jump right into alloying because that could get complicated. I wonder if I'm going to do like oil and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't know. There's so much I could do. One idea popped in my head, which is like you have to like design circuits. That's like basically, I know in Factorio it's like a very basic low level product, you know, the circuit, but I could imagine that being like, you know, oh, circuits are actually not that simple. It's like a advanced technology that you have to work your way up towards, you know. Did I hear oil? Yeah, we do love our oil. Alright, we can actually tell the difference between these now. Good. How many movers would you all like today? 1, 2, maybe 200? I do this every once in a while just to performance test things. I know this doesn't run super well right now. And I'm aware of that. I will fix that. I'll just place all these down and then I'll actually go check the code a little bit. My goal for performance is at least to run the game at like ideally 60 FPS. I'm not going to get anywhere close to Factorio. It's easy for people to say, well, you should just spend more time polishing, but Factorio polish is insane. I'll do my best. Okay, let's go check the profiler and see exactly what is causing the lag then, shall we? Debugger. Which one is the one I'm on? I think it's this one. We just want the regular profiler. So, it is process time. It's taking up all the whole space. Sorry, I have chat covered. I need to move that. Mods in general are a great way to see what players want. Minecraft and Factorio both have tons of mods for automation and show what they really yearn for. Yeah, that's always a good thing, to like look for mods as to like what players need. I know like Mojang is always really afraid of taking mods and implementing it into the game because of like copyright issues. And I can understand, you know, why, but hopefully if I get an alpha version I'll be able to run it at 30 FPS. You should have no problem running at 30 FPS. I mean, this is insane. This is a lot of movers that I have here. And also, I'm probably going to optimize it more before I ever do an alpha, so. Overall, though, this game is pretty lightweight besides this stuff. But, I mean, I run this game. When there's not a million movers, usually I'm getting 700 FPS, so. And another thing that, like, a lot of people, also in, like, the comments of the devlog, are just, like, have mentioned how, you know, automation will not work with Godot or whatever just because it's too laggy. But I think the thing that they're not exactly seeing is that, like, I'm not aiming for wide, big, ultra mega scale automation like Factorio, because I know Godot won't handle that super well. I could optimize things and it might get semi there, but I would have to spend so much time working on optimization to ever get to that point. My whole goal with this is try to have progression build up rather than wide, if that makes sense. So instead of just having to build a million machines, it's more about the efficiency of those machines. And that'll kind of tie into like this limited build area also. So there's actually like a reason to make your machines efficient, because you'll run out of space if you don't. So in here, yeah, it's the mover process. Maybe not surprised. Is because I have an 11-year-old laptop. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really tested this game on an old computer yet. I do have some old ones I can test it on. I'm just thinking now, because I'm using the forward renderer, and I know you need like Vulkan for that. I wonder if your laptop has Vulkan. I don't know. I could always try exporting a compatibility version too. So what in the process is causing the lag then? It's not the physics. So really the raycasts aren't that resource intensive. I've always found the raycasts aren't actually that bad. Unless it's this that's causing. But see, I think that would be reflected in the physics process. I don't know. I kind of wish the profiler was a little bit better. I really like in... The only good thing I'll say about GameMaker is that it has a really good profiler. Because it shows, like, not only just the step event or process event, in this case, taking up all the performance, but it shows exactly which parts of it, too. I kind of wish that this had that. FPS shouldn't really be a metric for performance. Sure, you get 700 FPS, but it's like revving engine. Yeah, no. I mean, it's not a... That's not really a good metric, yeah, for performance. Performance really should be measured by actual performance, like stress testing. Good thing, though, is that everything has delta time. Lag is a bro moment, but the game is still pretty playable, even if it's really laggy. So that's always a good thing. I also have all of the factory linked to delta time also, which is another thing. And I know Factorio doesn't do that. It could maybe end up being a really bad thing later down the line. But... Because, you know, I don't know if it's going to cause, like, instabilities in the factory. But it keeps everything running fast. As long as I have sufficient checks to, like, make sure there's not any weird stuff going on, it should be okay. I'm not aiming for this perfect, ultimate simulation of a factory. It's okay if there's a little bit of weirdness. I'm going to fix the bad weirdness, you know. But if an item... Like, you know, if there's... I don't want items to skip movers and stuff. Definitely not any of that kind of stuff. But if there's, like, a little weird gap that appears in a conveyor, it's not the end of the world. I can always fix that. What games are you hyped for in 2024? That's a good question. Get out of here. I need to uninstall DNS. Crap, that. Oh, you probably can't even see that. Games I'm hyped for in 2024. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't... There isn't like one game I've really been looking forward to that's coming out soon or anything. I can't remember any. Let's look at some 2024 games. I don't really play AAA games anymore. I've just kind of lost interest. They're too expensive. I understand why they're expensive, but I don't want to pay. So, I mean, none of these games I care about. Animal Well, that's the one that's, yeah, the big mode game. It could be cool. Really, when I find games or look for games, this is what I do. I open Steam. Steam. Hello, Steam. There we go. But I look at Steam, I go to the store page, and I just kind of browse. And I look for a game that's cool, that I like. I don't usually ever like I don't know. I don't really wait around for games a lot of the times. If there's a game I want to play, usually it's because I see it and it's already out, you know. Hey, welcome to the stream. Oh, I cannot read. Vig's Code, welcome to the stream. I've been looking at Nova Lands. Maybe I'll get one Nova Lands, who knows. But I'm worried I might accidentally take things from Nova Lands if I play it, so. Yeah, there's all sorts of cool games that come out. Sometimes where is that? Oh, guys, fun fact. Troopin commented on the Devil. It's insane. Can't believe it. It's like your queue or whatever. Sometimes that can be pretty useful because it usually just shows like all the automation games, since that's all I play. So. Kind of wanted to get City Skylines too, but I don't know. I think it's going to be a bruh moment. Mixed reviews. If anything is lower than very positive, usually I don't play it. I don't think Steam reviews have ever guided me wrong. I played so much City Skylines originally, but I haven't felt the urge to get the new one. Yeah, I've played a ton of City Skylines 1, I guess now. Where is it? Oh, Cities. I have 500 hours, yeah. City Skylines is pretty fun, though. Yeah, I just haven't gotten 2 because there isn't really anything I've seen that's, like, pulling me in toward it. There is some cool stuff. Like, I like the road tools. They seem pretty sophisticated. But it just seems kind of like the other game. And also, do I really want to drop $50 to get a game that has mixed ratings and is more unstable than the original was? Not really. Lost a bunch of Sundays of that game. Sit down in the morning, then bam, it's dinner. Yeah. I call this one the sleep schedule destroyer. Because I'll start playing it one night and then just not go to bed. Because I'm too busy playing City Skylines. So, that, City Skylines, and then also Civ 6 is the other bedtime destroyer. Yeah, the whole thing with City Skylines 2 is like very supposed to be so realistic and the graphics are good or whatever, but that's not really why I play it. Total War Warhammer for me. Start a new campaign. I forget who I am. I've never played that game actually. What is that about? Oh, okay, it's like a real-time strategy. Oh yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, that could be a lot of fun. Game I always played a lot was Total Annihilation. It's a really old game. It came out before I was born. Well before I was born. But it's a fun game. I played it so much on Windows Vista. I don't even think... I think it was made for... Was it DOS? I can't remember. But it's on Steam now, so it's epic. It was a really fun little RTS, though. I always really enjoyed this game. And then also the second one, it was Planetary Annihilation. This one isn't bad either. I always had fun with this one, too. It is interesting, like, the planets, you know? It's like you go on different planets and stuff. I kind of like that mechanic. Pretty similar to the other one, but... Ever tried Supreme Commander? I don't think so. Apparently I have it in my wish list. Well, that one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this looks just like it. Yeah, this looks cool. It looks just like a 3D Total Annihilation, pretty much. That's interesting. I'll have to try that sometime. I love looking at other people's cities in CS. Oh my god, they look so good sometimes. Yeah, it's some people make really good looking cities. I don't usually do that. I like to, you know, they're acceptable, but I think for me, always the fun part is like traffic management, designing highways and stuff like that. You know, I always have a lot of fun with that. Just trying to see how efficient I can get the traffic. My cities look like butt cheeks. Yeah, mine aren't super pretty. I haven't played this game in a long time. I last played 2020. 4 years ago. Well, 3 years ago, but I think I kind of stopped playing just because it's this constant all the DLC. Usually get frustrated at a certain size and give up. Yeah, that's fair. Once it starts to get pretty big, it's kind of hard to manage everything. God, man, there's so much DLC. This always turns me off from games like this. It's just a billion DLCs. And yeah, I've bought some of them. I'm not perfect. But I know a lot of these are just like the radios and content packs or whatever, but 4 years ago. Yeah, I guess that's what Steam says, 2020. That's pretty crazy. It doesn't feel like 4 years, but it is. So I played some Factorio pretty recently this year. I have 2,400 hours. I know that's rookie numbers. That's nothing. People have 10,000. I'm still a beginner Factorio player. I really would like to try some Factorio mods. I haven't ever messed around with mods in Factorio. I want to try like the Space Age, space exploration mod. Maybe Crastorio. C Block? Do some C Block? I don't know. It'd be fun to try out some different mods. Always mod RimWorld like crazy. I install like 1,000 mods every time I play, and then the game runs really bad. No, I'm not like no. Factorio. I do love some Factorios. These Friday facts are epic. I'm not just gonna sit here and read a Friday fact on stream, but yeah, Factorio's an epic game. Buildable process. That's only 2 milliseconds. I mean, that's a little bit, but that's manageable. It's really the movers. God, what was I even talking about? I was talking about the profiler. Yeah. I just wish it would be a little better. Like, it shows me it's the process, but what lines in the process, you know? Maybe there is a way to do it, and if there is, if someone knows how, I would really appreciate it. You can also check the visual profiler. No, it's not that at all. So it's my fault. I mean, how am I gonna like figure out which lines are causing it? I guess I could just comment out random lines until it stops lagging. It's not anything in the ready. It's not delete item or add item. It's probably because I have a million if statements. I don't want to have a million if statements, but there's just a lot of things I have to check for. Is there anything in here that looks particularly performance heavy? It could be getting this collider every frame. I don't really have to. What I'll probably end up changing that into is like whenever an object is deleted or added, it updates the surrounding objects. And then that just updates the collider. Like just for fun. We'll see. I can't comment that out. It's gonna break all the code. So the game I'm making, it is a. Let me load it up and show you. Let me get out of here because this is not. Let me reload the game. But basically, it's a kind of a combo game, if that makes sense. So the whole idea is that it's a mix of automation and like dungeoning or roguelite genre. It's also multiplayer. So that's one of the big goals of the game too. Let me load in to kind of show it off. But yeah, the whole idea is that you can like kind of progress in each area that you want. You don't have to. A lot of games, the avenues. Oh, the logo's cool. Thank you, appreciate it. I like the concept of it's supposed to look like a nuke. The idea is that it's just kind of like a grass block, but could maybe see it as a nuke. Oh yeah, like a mushroom cloud explosion. I don't know. I never thought of it that way. That doesn't seem to branch that much. I know. It's gross. I don't like it. I have to fix it. But yeah, the whole idea is that it's a automation and then also dungeoning game, so you can and multiplayer. It's kind of all centered around multiplayer. So like one person can build the factory, do whatever, automate, that kind of thing, you know. And then while that one person's doing that, the other person can go to the dungeons. The dungeons are still very like early in development, but you can go there. This is like the planet selection, so you can select different planets and moons and then travel there. So then you load into the dungeon, and these are all just like procedurally generated. It's pretty similar to how Binding of Isaac generates the dungeons. I have changed some things around from that, but did I do the art myself? Yes, I did all of the art myself. How am I approaching the multiplayer? It's kind of a combo. Technically, it's peer-to-peer. But I do have almost everything running on the host. The only thing that I don't have running on the host is the player movement on the client. Let me, here, I have to relaunch the game now. I need to add a pause menu so I can quit. I haven't done that yet. But let me load into this. Yeah, the client processes their own movement code and then just sends that data back to the host. And I know there's potential security risks with that, but it's a cooperative game, so like just don't play with people that are cheating. In same host process or a different process. It's the player is the host. I could probably separate it if I wanted to into like a dedicated server type of thing. But honestly, I just haven't bothered because, you know, the game is a cooperative game. You're not really going to be running a dedicated server. That would just be kind of weird. Be like running a Undertale dedicated server. It just doesn't really make sense. Like it's I don't know. I mean, hey, if people really want a dedicated server, but where is like the world state? Like my buddy logs off, can I keep playing? The world is all like on the host, so if the host quits, then it just closes out the server. But it would be interesting. One thing I like is Grounded. Grounded, you can share the worlds, so you can have like the world that you're playing on, then your friend can play it while you're not on or host it themselves, which is always cool. The only problem is that I don't have the infrastructure for something like that, because I'd have to pay a lot of money to pay for all these servers, and I have zero money, guys. So that's always the problem. That's the reason why I'm kind of having it all, you know, the players hosts the game, because I can't afford it. So I'll move through some of these. I mean, the server can be like separate application, even different language, still running on the host machine. Yeah, it would be easy to separate this. Literally, it would just be this, but the player wouldn't be here. Like, you would just have another client to connect to it. It would be really simple, actually. Be nice if your friends aren't always online at the same time. Oh, for a dedicated server, yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading through. Got a bunch of chats. Launch separately per session. Yeah. Is there a demo? Something to try out? Not yet. I do want to get a demo out relatively soon. But I just don't want... Ayo. Let me go check that. Thank you for the follow, Zaka6. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's no alpha out yet. I don't want to jump on that too early, because if people start having problems and stuff, then that's it. You know, that's their impression of the game, is that it's a buggy mess, and that's not what I want. So I want to try to get things pretty stable and polished before then. But hopefully that'll be relatively soon. I'd like to at least get that like kind of set up maybe early summer if I have the time. You know, I have university, so that's pretty time consuming, but multiplayer is hard for the reasons you're talking about. Yeah, multiplayer is kind of a nightmare. This game single player would be so much easier to set up, but I just that's also kind of some of the reason for garbage like this, because you really have to set things up in a specific way so that you can transmit that data to the client. Otherwise, it's just going to not work. Automation-wise, are you planning on adding more emergent mechanics like Minecraft, Redstone, or Slime, or is it more like tiered machine progression? Most of it will probably be a little more tiered. Like, there will be machines with like specific purposes, but I also want to have like a sort of like in Factorio, the circuit network, because I just think that's cool to have. Yeah, like emergent gameplay. I do have this speaker object built, which is just a standalone thing, but the idea with this is that you can connect it with some kind of like wiring system, so you could read the status of an object. So let's say we have a furnace here, if I can find it. We can like read the stats of this furnace, output that, and run it through some logic gates, and then insert a signal into the speaker or whatever. You know, just basic logic network stuff like that. And that could be really fun. It's basically like Redstone or, you know, circuit network in Factorio. Something like that I think would be really great. But of course, that's a lot of work. It's complicated to add all the attributes and make it readable on every single object, so that's going to have to be a future thing. But you can show off the working features. Yeah, I'm happy to. I've been showing off most of it here. The things that are working now, of course, is like ignore all these lines and stuff, but I have the automation working. It still needs optimization. It doesn't run super well, but now that it's working, I can branch off from there and make it better. So you can like place down chests. You have your mover objects, and these will take items from the conveyors and move them around. Let's just grab some iron and stuff here. Then put that in there. Then these will get inserted into the furnace and then smelt, and then you can output. So there will be some automation. Followed you on Twitter. Looking forward to seeing some dev updates as they happen. Thank you. Appreciate it. I do there's a channel in the Discord. I don't know if you joined that or not, but what is it? Starground updates channel. That's probably going to be the primary place I'm like putting up screenshots of in development stuff. So, you know, definitely check that out. But yeah, Twitter too. I'll probably be putting stuff up on Twitter. Yeah, through devlogs on YouTube, of course. I only realize now what I thought was pillars of stone are trees. Yeah, I made the trees blue for fun. I don't know. I just decided to. I could make them green. I just like the contrast of from the grass. But if it is confusing what they actually are, then I guess maybe I should change it. At least make it more of a greenish blue, like a teal or something like that. See the Factorio article about belt segments. Do you do something similar? Yeah, that's a really good Factorio Friday facts. Talking about how they do like I could pull it up here. It's like 176 or something. Actually, I think it's this one right here. I want to go over this because it's really interesting. In my 30s, I can't keep up with all the Discords. Yeah, no, that's so good. Yeah, Twitter, I'll be putting stuff up on there from time to time, so that works too. Basically, technically allows you to increment one progress instead of each item progresses. Made something similar today, only had straight lanes. Yeah, this is a really great way of doing it. Essentially, this is like the way Factorio does it. It just stores the distances between the items. And doesn't actually increment on every single item. It just kind of moves it all as one block, which is great for performance. Yeah, and I could totally do something like this. It's always just a question of like in a really high level project, like with the Godot engine, if it actually will make an impact. Because Factorio is very, very close, like bare bones. Everything they do is pretty low level since they have their own like it's not an engine, but like their framework for it. So how long has this been a work in progress? I think it's been about a month now. A lot of that time was me in school, busy, so I didn't have a ton of time. But now that it's winter break, I've had a lot more time to work on things. It's huge. The algorithm can be done in any language. Yeah, like it could be done. I just don't know if I probably wouldn't end up getting as much of a performance boost as something this low level would. Depends on your game scale. Yeah, I think the scale for this game is. I'm not planning to make it huge, massive, wide-scale automation like Factorio. I do like that. It's fun. But I would be a fool to try to imitate that level of optimization because I'm just one person. They have whole teams of people working on this stuff. One person can sit there and spend months on just this belt optimization algorithm, and that's great. But if I did that, nothing would happen. I wouldn't get anything done. So that's kind of the problem. I have to work on everything at once. This would be great to have. I could experiment with it. I mean, I could probably get something working. It's just like, that means getting rid of everything I've already done. So I want to try to avoid backtracking as much as I can. I have to... Like, that's the kind of thing I'd do after maybe an alpha test, see how performance is on different machines and stuff like that. Hoping to get a job in the game industry past school. It would be really nice. I mean, honestly, of course, dream job would be working on this game full time. Or other games, for big boy games, just because it's fun. But it's pretty brutal to try to make a livable income with game dev, so I'd probably have to go jump into the game industry, work for a bigger company or something like that. Yeah, I'd like to. It's just jobs are kind of hard to come by right now. Of course, I haven't gotten my degree yet, but I didn't end up getting an internship last summer. That might be kind of a problem, but I don't know. We'll see. Might just take longer for me to get a job, but it's pretty good progress for just a month. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I've gotten a decent amount of what I want in here. Still needs a ton of optimization. What's my degree going to be in? It's a computer science degree, just regular computer science. I thought about like a game design degree, but I kind of hear how that's like not like a joke, but not as respected as an actual computer science degree. If a person has 0 skills, you won't get hired even with a degree. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. Depends on the place that you're trying to get a job. Degree can be a really good way to stand apart from other people, especially if you're trying to get a job in like a big company. If I was trying to get a job at Blizzard or something, I don't think they'd be very willing if I didn't have any degree. But, you know, computer science is the way to go, in my opinion. Yeah, I think for game dev stuff, it's kind of like probably the best option to take. I thought about like an art degree, but the issue with that is it's just not super applicable to a lot of things. Computer science is like, okay, game dev doesn't work out, I can just go be a software engineer. It doesn't have to be game dev. You know, computer science is just such an open degree. There's so many different positions you can have with just a computer science degree. So done something similar to my Bell implementation for my save and load system. Yeah. Something similar for in what way, if you don't mind me asking. Yeah, I just have this spring. This is the final spring, and then I graduate. Should go by pretty quick. Then I'll have to decide what I'm gonna do. You stay an indie developer if I have the chance? Absolutely. It would be really awesome. It's just I have to make enough money to live. I don't care about the big, huge salary. I know a lot of people get into computer science because it's like, you know, they need $100,000 a year or whatever. I don't really care that much. I'd be fine living off, you know, $2,000 a month. I don't care that much. Any livable wage would be great if I could do this full time, you know. So, hey, I'm trying. It's hard. It is really hard to do this because it's like not only is making the game hard, but also it's just all the extra stuff on top of that. It's the marketing of the game, you know, it's building a community and a brand because there is so much competition. A lot of people are doing it. And so if you really want to succeed, you have to work pretty hard. Tip, there's a number of studios which do work for other studios, and they can be a great place to break into the industry. Oh yeah, like freelance studios or whatever like that, or contract studios. That could be a interesting way to go about it too. Yeah, I don't know. I've always thought like if I do work for like another game development company, it would be kind of nice to work for a smaller company. I don't really. I'm not super interested in working for like a big, mega, ultra big company, you know, like Blizzard or whatever other game companies there are, Epic Games. One from a AAA startup, pros and cons each. Yeah. What pros and cons have you found with that? Like, because it'd be just interesting to hear from someone that has the experience with that. I mean, I've heard plenty of people talk about it, but yeah. Oh, man. What's the stream time at? 2 hours, 40 minutes? Okay. I'll have to fix that performance issue with the movers later. It's got to be with the raycast, I'm assuming, but we'll worry about other things. Yeah, I don't know if I think someone. Who was that? Asking about like what I have in the game. I also have like some of the basic dungeon generation set up. Like this. You can't leave once you go here though, so now it's broken. AAA was more locked into the teamwork I was doing, more focused, maybe less creative, had a lot less autonomy. Yeah. I think that's kind of the... Yeah, I mean, that's what I've heard. I think that's kind of the reason why I'd want to be more of a... work for a smaller company like that, because... I think I would get bored out of my mind if it was just the programming. You know... Because I do enjoy all the creative aspects of something like this too. I get to draw stuff. I get to design. I think working for a game development company, especially for like a AAA company, it would probably feel like just a software engineering job and not really a game development job, you know. Which of course that's what it is, but you know. What is the scope of Starground at the moment? Really, I'm just trying to get like a base level of gameplay and polish complete. I just want to get the game playable, all the basic features that I want, like with the automation and the dungeoning, and then really it's just kind of working from there. I don't have this like big grand plan for what I want exactly. I have plenty of ideas, but it really just depends on how well the game does. If a lot of people really enjoy the game and you know, it's a success, then I'll keep working on it. But I don't know. It's hard to say so early into development, you know. For my serialization, I compress shared data into a way I can read it back later. It's hard to explain my implementation in a non-vague way due to how it works, somewhere the way DVDs have data redundancy. Okay. Yeah, I kind of get that. The way I did saving and loading, I just have a... kind of using the component approach. I just have a save component. And I'm just running through an array of different variables that I want to save. The saving is instant, so I guess I did something right. I mean, you could save every frame and you wouldn't really see a performance impact, so that's cool. Loading, of course, takes more time, but like I've looked into why, and I think it's really just because you're having to create the nodes again. And I don't think there's too much I can do about that. I could like preload it maybe somehow. You know, loading times are inevitable, especially with this where you have to load in a bunch of stuff. So I'm fine with a little bit of a load time. Startup a lot more autonomy, but also a lot less security. Yeah, I could see that, definitely. Yeah, I don't know. Have to decide soon. Manual saves are helpful. I'll probably set up manual saves, yeah. Right now it is pretty much set up to do that. I just have keys on the keyboard to save and load because I was just testing, make sure it works. But, you know, you can load it just by pressing the key. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of at a point where it's like I've got to hurry up and succeed if I'm going to do indie game development. I know I've got plenty of time. I could, you know, come back to it later, but it's like, I mean, this is what I want to do. I don't know. It's hard. Because, you know, job in the industry, you have the security of a regular wage, stuff like that. Dream job doesn't have to die if you get a job. I mean, yeah, like it's, you know, it's not like this is the one shot I ever get in my life. It's just, I don't know. I've got to decide. You can use the mover sprite as the save button. I probably could, yeah. Maybe. I'll have to see like what I'm going to do for the pause UI and stuff, but something like that could work. Getting somewhere is a great way to level up quickly, get around people and know what they're doing. Yeah. Yeah, it would be good just for the experience, you know, of like getting to know how it's done in the real world. I think one problem is that sometimes I feel like with indie game development, you're like trapped in this bubble. Especially if you're working alone. Of course, if you're working in a team as an indie game developer, then it's a little different. But it's kind of like you don't know if the way you're doing things is like really bad or not. Of course, I know there's some things I'm doing bad. This is bad. This is gross. Don't do this. I'm gonna change it. But I don't know. Would be good for the experience, I guess. 10 times nesting. I know it's bad. I'm sorry. It's really bad, I know. I'm aware of how awful this is. If I saw someone else do this, I would be afraid. It's gross. You know, this is just the result of first thing that comes to mind, how to make this work, and I add it and it works. That's the kind of thing. This is something I will go back and change. I need to take obviously a less if statement-y approach and be able to make more assumptions, not only for like performance, but just for making the code more readable. If you could get a demo, or if you could get a demo of your game out, that would probably be good on your resume. A lot of college people are making games, but most avoid multiplayer. Multiplayer games stand out. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people making multiplayer games. I think it's just because it's so much harder, you know. And I totally see why now. But I do think, yeah, like it definitely stands out a bit more, the multiplayer game like this. Like if this game was just single player, I don't think it would kind of have the same like I don't know, allure. Especially just with how I structured everything. It's all kind of around multiplayer anyways. Gamedev studios give you a linear schedule and pay, which is good for some people that want a stable income doing game dev as a job. Yeah. Yeah, it's always just the thing of like just not having enough time to do the things I actually want to do with like a full-time job, that kind of thing. And I get there's always some time in between. You know, it's not like I'm working every second of my life if I get a full-time job, but it's, I don't know. Problem for me, I think sometimes is it's like when I'm working on a project, I really want to get into the project and just kind of just work on that, you know. It's hard to multitask this kind of stuff because it's that constant flip-flop of where your attention is. So that's kind of like my biggest reason for aversion to an industry job. Yeah. I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I'm willing to trade financial stability. Financial stability is great. I love financial stability. But also, I love time to work on a project I actually want to work on. So it's like, it's really just a trade-off of what I want, I guess. I don't know. I think as my kind of plan stands, it's like, I'm going to work on this year. See how things go. You know, if things are looking good. If I could somehow make a livable wage off of something like this. And by livable wage, I mean like, you know, minimum wage. I'm not asking for a lot. But that would be great. If it doesn't work out, I don't know. I'll either try to maybe do this kind of thing with like a formed team, or just get an industry job. Blurry cam. Uh-oh. Why is it all blurry? Camera. There we I mean, luckily I kind of have like the safety net of living with my parents, so it's not like I have to immediately start making enough money for rent and stuff. So that's always kind of nice. Yeah. Decisions. I don't know. I have to decide at some point. Alright. The game you'll want to work on is priority. Personally, I want to make an indie project because it's more fun. I want to have more control. Yeah, I totally feel that. Creative liberty is kind of another big part of it. Definitely. Yeah, because I just like trying to think of like if I was a gameplay programmer or whatever, it would probably kind of suck just because I probably wouldn't enjoy the restrictedness of it very much. Because of course I love programming, but I think the thing that I love more than programming is variety. Definitely understand when to work on your own stuff. The entire time I've been working, I've always had my own side things going on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying. I need to do more marketing stuff. That's really the biggest thing, I feel like, with this kind of stuff. And this isn't my first game that I've worked on. I have this other game that me and Aceman800, he's in the chat, worked on. Pogo Rocket. This is up on Steam. It was a good experience just to go through the Steam like upload progress and figure that out. But this game didn't go anywhere, and it's because we didn't market it. Well, it's just because it was an interesting idea. But Ayo, let's go. Hey, what's up? Do it one day to publish my dream game. We could have a successful passion project. Yeah, it would be nice to have a success for once. A lot of failure. I mean, this is like the only one I've put up on Steam. I have a few little side projects on itch. 2 new notifications on Big Jam mode. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, this is one game that I was working on. Just a few little random game jam games here. I was thinking about doing the Pirate Software game jam. I have to find a team or something. I don't know. I don't think I want to do it solo because that would be a lot of work. And I don't want to take too much time away from Starground either. So shipping out is an accomplishment. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a lot of work. Just all the asset work. You know, making the trailer, especially this because it's all 3D modeling. This trailer took a little bit, just like editing, and I don't know why it's 2 pixels. Yeah, volume isn't on, but the itch link in the Twitch bio doesn't go to our page. Oh, I guess I did it wrong. Oh well. Yeah, marketing is so important. I need to do more like short form content, you know, on TikTok and all that stuff. I have all the accounts set up. I have the Big Boy Games TikTok and the Instagram Reels and whatnot. It's just there's so much to do. You know, work on the game, stream, make devlogs, make short form content, you know, post on Reddit, whatever, all the other stuff that comes with it too. Manage Discord. It's just so much. Devlogs are hard. They are. They're very time consuming. I think the big part of it is just kind of like trying to make sense of the development, like trying to frame it in a way that narratively like makes sense. Because the problem is it's all just kind of like, at least the way I do it a lot of times, it's just kind of like random bits here and there. So it's like, okay, we have the long range mover. It's something I need to do, but it's just kind of like random. I think I'll try to. The next devlog will probably be mainly about like the dungeoning stuff and maybe like a few of the automation stuff we've been working on. I think a good thing is always to kind of frame it as this like have this one like highlight feature that you can like show off, you know, and then just kind of have everything as extras. What should make off Poke Rocket? Yeah, $0 because we can't take the money out on Steam until we make $100. So grand total of 0. Gotta love it. So cool. Does the furnace stack work vertically? So kind of like this. That should work just fine too. Yeah. It's not really like a directional thing. I'll just do it just to confirm, but yeah. Should be just fine. But I mean, yeah, it was good to get Poke Rocket out. It was a good experience in a lot of ways. You know, I think it was a good lesson in not doing a big game. It's your first game. I know that advice is everywhere. I just didn't realize it at the time, you know. But yeah, it's so much better just to make a small project and get it up and then try to work on this big mega project. I mean, I've made 5 or 6 games now. So it's not like I feel like I'm kind of like ready for this type of game. It's not like I'm jumping into this and not knowing anything and then I'm gonna suck at it. There's some sense of like, you know, proficiency, I guess. I don't know. Okay. So yeah, it works vertically. I have to wait for all the iron to go through. Everyone's first project would be like Imagine WoW, but like Skyrim, but more like Minecraft. Yeah, it is. It's so easy to just want to make the game. In a way, this is kind of maybe a little bit of that, but I'm really trying to be very specific in which avenues I'm adding content in. You know, it is automation and dungeoning. I'm gonna try to leave everything out unless I have a bunch of extra time where it's very successful. You know, so. Devlogs are very good to build community buyers. Yeah, they are. Sucks though when they don't do very well. the recent one did well. But it's always just such a demoralizing thing when you put a day of work into a devlog and then, 100 views or whatever. That's another thing that kind of sucks about indie game development. It's just how demoralizing everything is constantly. Do resources respawn? Yeah, so the resources will just kind of randomly appear around as you mine them. So like there's like a global cap on how many resources can exist in the world. So once you mine them, I'll add some like auto miner and that'll kind of really jumpstart the automation. I just need to decide on how I want to do that. It'll probably just be like a radius that it mines resources in, and then you can funnel that into a chest or something, or maybe add like a filter to the miner so you don't have to mine all the extra stone and stuff. Just need to think of a good way to do it to where it doesn't end up being a situation like, okay, it mines all the trees, but now there's just a bunch of stone. So then what do? You know, that kind of thing. The mining tool looks and works a little bit like Starbound's. Yeah, it's kind of similar to that. Basically, just your classic space mining laser. Same with No Man's Sky, Starbound, all that kind of stuff. I probably will have maybe like a toolbar at some point. This is good for automation stuff, but I think what would be good is like changing out to like a sword kind of for like the dungeoning. Oh, sorry, you want to see the dungeoning side of it, right? Basically, you can build a spaceship. I've been actually considering this, and I think I'm going to change this into a orbital slingshot or orbital cannon. But then you can navigate this screen and select the planet that you want to travel to, or the moon. The moons are going to be dungeons. I'm not sure if there's going to be planets or not yet. I'm still thinking about that. But you can launch. Now you're in the dungeon. Dungeons are all randomly generated, similar to like a Binding of Isaac dungeon generation. This is a problem though. I'm stuck here forever now. I have not implemented a way to actually finish the dungeon yet. It's just generation right now. So this game is soft locked. But yeah, that's the general idea. You have stone tiles in which more rocks spawn in that area. Minor overgrow. Yeah, I've thought about like splitting it up into specific regions maybe. Just for like this, yeah, like the sake of not making everything suck. Because if it just spawns randomly everywhere, it's going to be kind of a nightmare to mine things. So that kind of concept works well in Forager because there's no inventory cap, but there is in this game, so I can't really do that. Is the music the game's music? No, this is just background stream music on Spotify. I'm just playing a bunch of... No, we haven't really worked on any music yet, so... it's just hard to kind of decide on what we want for that, you know? But we will eventually. Makes terrain different plus gameplay. Oh, yeah, the different regions, yeah. Moons and dungeons, Lethal Company. Kind of? I mean, these dungeons have nothing to do with Lethal Company. Like, it's a roguelite experience. It's like, you're going to go in and fight enemies and, you know. Lethal Company is more like, you're just in and out to get resources. That's not really what these dungeons are about. The initial idea sort of was like the planets would be regions to automate, and then the moons would be the dungeons that circle around each planet. So I guess this would be the home planet. It says the same message, but don't worry about that right now. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you can really zoom out. I forgot to add a cap for the zoom level. Space prison? Maybe, yeah. Look, the moon copied Lethal Company? No way. I can't believe the moon would do that. Copyright infringement. We should sue the moon. Or at least taking the moon and making it go further from Earth each year. Yeah. Plans have oil and they must be brought freedom. Yes. Manifest destiny. If it has oil, it is ours. Yeah. Yeah, I do kind of like this navigation menu. It was either this or just like the planet or moon would just be kind of in the center of the screen and arrows, but I kind of like the idea of having to actually kind of move around and look for the planet or moon, you know. Really kind of a minor thing, but I don't know. Whoa, what did I just do? Oh. There's a little bit of jankiness. I think it has to do with the zoom level. I can fix that pretty easily, I think. Yeah, don't worry about it. It works fine here. I think it's once it starts to get really small, I think what might be happening is that it's going to infinity. So I just need to clamp the value. I don't know. I've always thought about getting more people to like help with the project, but it's just I can't pay anyone. This game has made $0. I don't know. I mean, the other option is just getting people to help for free, but I don't really like the idea of that. And also, when people work on a project for free, they don't really work on the project. So it's kind of up to me. I need to actually add like the building menu and actually take the resources from the inventory. It's just not, doesn't really do that yet. But I will add that. Having everything on the host is a lot easier, because then I can just be like, I don't have to change a bunch of code around to read the inventory of the player or the client and stuff from the server. Doing any project issue tracking, GitHub issues or something? Not yet. I do have like just a GitHub I've been putting to. I actually need to push all these changes. I know this is gross. I'm sorry. I know. I need to do better and split my work up into smaller commits, but I haven't been. I also haven't been like merging branches because it's just me on the repository, so there's not really a reason to. I do have the repository. I need to rename it. I forgot how to rename. It's private. I'll probably make it public though, just so. I don't know. That's the problem, is then people can steal your game, right? So. Me asking because it is public. It is public? Oh yeah, it is public. Okay. Guess I forgot. Some more meshes there than wanted, but it looks like, yeah. I guess I must have decided to make it public and just forgot that I did at some point. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll make it private. What do you guys think? Do you want it public or private? Because there's benefits to both. Obviously, public comes with the risk of copyright infringement. So I don't know. Private. So much one can steal before people find out. I don't know. Private it. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. Settings, danger, private. Yeah. Where's danger? Oh yeah, here it is. I know I had it originally private. Yeah, I understand. Blah, blah. Make it private. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, let's also rename it while I'm here. Alright. I love open source stuff. I think private is best until release or near release. Yeah, it probably will be for the better. I'm also going to have to decide like what the pricing is going to be for this game. Because I see two routes. Either I just make it free. And $500. No, that's a little bit too much. I could make it free. And hey, that would be great publicity. It's kind of like, do I want this to be more of a, you know, reputation type of thing or a moneymaker? Could do free or like, I don't know, $5 or $10, something like that. Then it's just hard. Pricing is hard because there's also this like the perceived value of something. You know, because if you're selling something for $20, people will see $20 as like, oh, well, it's worth more, so it's probably a better game, that kind of thing. So I don't know. It's always so hard to decide. I don't know. So Steam supports it, but I've seen like the pay what you want model lately. Yeah, that's they have that on itch. I don't think Steam has that. I might do pay what you want on itch. I don't know. Keep it private for now. Yeah, I set it to private, so we should be all good. I don't think there's any issue with making a paid project open source. Plenty of games charge money, but have open source options. Piracy will happen either way, but if you want people to support you, they will. Doom's open source. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of partially what I'm thinking too. Because like if people spend the money to buy it on Steam, I mean, there's a reason to. Of course, Steam will make multiplayer way easier to set up. You don't have to copy public IPs manually and stuff like that. Also, is that like a huge security problem? I just like I know public IPs are necessary for just communication on the internet, but I mean, I'm not storing the public IPs or anything. I don't know. Because the way that you connect to people is just by entering their public IP. I mean, again, it's like a thing where it's a cooperative game, so only share a public IP with people that you trust, I guess. Yeah, but developers need to make money. Yeah, that's always the dilemma. Do you make money or be epic and make it open source? Consider using Steam stun supports that people don't need public IP. Yeah, I wanted to integrate more Steam stuff. I just don't know, because all the multiplayer stuff that I have set up in this is with the Godot multiplayer system. And it's just, I don't know exactly how I can like apply the Steam stuff to that super easily, if that makes sense. Because I know there's like plugins to help with that. Actually, I can just check here. Problem is a lot of them aren't updated. I don't really like relying on an extension for stuff like that, but I mean, Godot Steam has a lot of stuff with that. The thing with Godot Steam, it's kind of like it's entirely its own way of implementing multiplayer, which means I'd have to redo all of the multiplayer in the game, and that would kind of suck. One person mentioned the Steam multiplayer peer extension on Reddit, and they're saying it was pretty easy to set up just like the Steam matchmaking with that, so you don't have to like share the public IPs, at least publicly facing. I don't know if this is like Steam stun or not. I'd have to look into this more. Yeah, not sure how difficult it is, to be honest. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm a little afraid of it being really hard. But hopefully it's not, and I don't have to redo everything in the game. But we'll see. I don't know. So distracted. Yeah, I just gotta keep chipping away. Gotta get the dungeons in a better state. The automation at least is like, well, it's not technically working because you can't mine yet. I'm gonna add that soon, but it's like I need to do that. I did think of one solution to the mining issue. Essentially, you could just apply like a whitelist. So it's like, what resources do you actually want to be mined? Then it mines everything, but if it's not in the whitelist, it just gets deleted. That type of thing. That could be interesting. And maybe you could also have like a, you know, which items do you actually want to mine? I don't know. I have to decide on that. Yeah, the dungeoning though needs more work. It's nothing. It's just dungeon generation. I mean, the generation works. It creates interesting enough layouts. These rooms aren't all going to be square. I'm going to replace these with more shapes. I talked about it in that devlog, but you know, I'm going to like swap these out with random shapes. So like this one's a square, but I'll have one that's like a plus or an L just to make it more random. And then I have to implement enemies, decorations, bosses, loot drops, a lot of stuff. There's a lot to do. There's always more to do. Oh, I didn't fix that. Thought I fixed it. You can't click OK on this menu for some reason. Huh. You can just host again. That gets rid of it. I don't know. There's always the little tiny voice in the back of my head that says, "This is pointless. Why are you working on the project? It won't make you enough money." I know, of course, it's a big part of it is just the portfolio aspect of it. It's always good to have, especially multiplayer, you know, just understanding network. This has definitely taught me a lot more about networking and just how that really works, because I never really did any networking before. So I was pretty jumping into the deep end on this one, but, you know, I figured it out. Yeah, as experience projects are important on resume, especially for entry level. Yeah. I don't know. It's so hard to find jobs. All the jobs I see, I'd say more than half, definitely, require at least 3 years of work experience. It's also like a thing of like what classifies as work experience. Because if I have a registered and trademarked company that I've been developing games in, does that count as work experience? I don't know. You know, that's the problem. But yeah, not usually. I mean, that's kind of what I was guessing. Unless it's like a financial success, yeah. Otherwise. Oh. Entry-level jobs, internships, they're so hard to come by. Another problem I see too is a lot of them require you to still be in school. I'm not exactly sure how that works, because if you need 3 years of experience but you can only get an internship if you're in school, then how are you ever supposed to get enough experience to get an entry-level job? You know, it's about whether or not the applicant has worked on teams or not before. That's part of the work experience thing. Oh, this person can work on a team. Yeah, done a ton of teamwork stuff in university. I had a whole class that was just pure teamwork, which was just software engineering. We did like agile based team structure and that kind of stuff, and just made a website. It was interesting. I kind of wish I took that class a little bit later, probably in my degree plan or whatever, just because I don't think I realized the importance of the class. I did fine in the class, but I think I probably could have gotten more out of it. How's getting networking working for you? I'm new to Godot and trying to wrap my head around the workflow for it. Honestly, like, once I understood how to set it up, it was really easy. Essentially, there's two nodes that are critical. There's the synchronizer node and the spawner node. And you can do it manually too, which is what a lot of games do. But just use the nodes because they're easier. The synchronizer node essentially takes different properties, and you can sync it between the host and the client. Then the other thing is RPC calls, and those will run a method on a client or to the host, vice versa, but usually it's from host to client. So you can call an RPC, and this, I have this as call local, so this runs on both the host side and the client side. So that can kind of like make sure things happen at the same time. There's a whole lot of code to actually get like all the port forwarding and stuff set up in here. Like you have to do all this, you have to open UDP and TCP and just a lot of stuff like that, of course. But there's a lot of great tutorials on how to set all this stuff up. You can also just look in the documentation. There's a lot of great info there too, so definitely take a look at that. See, the way you're explaining makes so much more sense. I've been reading up on it. Yeah, it's not as confusing as it seems once you just know what the core parts of it are. I mean, really all I use is the RPCs and synchronizer nodes and the spawner nodes. The spawner nodes are good because they, when you create an object on the host or a node, it syncs that creation to the client, and it also does that with deleting an object too. So really useful stuff. I initially set up all the networking doing it manually, but then I realized that those nodes exist, and so I just use those, and I haven't looked back. Yeah. Let's see. We've been going for 3 hours. No, I guess I need to decide how long I want to stream for. Should I just stream until midnight? I don't know. Depends on what all of you want. Guess I could try to add some more dungeon stuff. For the explanation, I saw your video on this project a couple days ago. Popped in the recommended. Ah, nice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm always happy to answer questions about the way I did things, so totally welcome to ask. So what do I need for the dungeons? First off, I need to make the position of the player better, because I'm not doing that right. I just need to get the room shapes done. Let's work on that now, I guess. I know this was titled, what? More automation. We did do more automation, so it's not a lie. We made the long range mover, so it's okay. Okay, so this one, let's just make it a plus. No, wider than that actually.
We're mighty proud of this next song. Have your attention for just a moment.
Oh, we forgot the plaque.
Let's see, that's 4 units away. So like that. And now we can do this. Oops. And this one. Delete all that. Okay. Did you draw my own textures? Yes, I did. Drew everything, programmed everything. So far, I've done all the sound effects. I haven't like physically made every sound effect. A lot of them I've just been getting from various copyright-free sites. But actually, a lot of them though I have made myself. With just my mouth and stuff. This is... I can't think right now. Oh yeah, this one. Probably would be good to add auto tiling, I suppose. It wouldn't be that hard. This one. Alright, that's a plus. Just want to make sure there's enough playable room in here, though. So I will move these up, move these down. I'm probably not going to do random rotation. I mean, I'll have to see. Put a square in the middle of the plus. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I do want to like movement restriction though. So like, yes, this is small, but that's kind of like the point, you know. And then these are. That's better. That's a good size. I could put a square in the middle, but I already have the square room, so. So now, if we go to the dungeon generation. Oh, that's not. Yeah, duh. I forgot. So in here, it is here. Change the range. So now you can use room 2. And then I did name it room 2, right? Yeah. Do you plan for dungeon to be purely combat oriented, or do you have anything like traps, environmental damage in mind? I would like environmental hazards. I think that's always just kind of good to spice up gameplay. Of course, they're going to be. The main focus will be enemy combat, likely, but I think it could be fun to do some environmental stuff as well. So this should be working. I mean, I'm just gonna go make sure. Yeah, it's working. I have to decide on how I want these rooms to be like shown, because I don't want the player to just be able to scroll out and see the entire map. That's not the thing I want. I want you to have to discover them. So I might do like I don't know. Maybe it's like just one room is visible at a time. Maybe everything else is just kind of fog of war type of thing, you know? And once you go into the door, you can see the rest of it. That's likely what I'll do. You know, fun fact. This is actually just over here. But you'll never know. So it's all an illusion. Reason I did it like this, I would change the scene, but I want the factory automation to happen in the background. So... And also for multiplayer, it wouldn't really be possible because if someone's playing over here, this scene has to exist on the host. So, okay. Well, let's keep making rooms, I guess. I'll probably do a lot of the generation in here, like purely procedural. Like I don't want. Maybe some rooms I'll define like enemy spawn locations, but I want like the types and stuff to be kind of more dynamic. And I want to ask, when you were talking about weapons last stream, I didn't get a chance. Is dungeon progression purely going to be based on your inventory, or are there plans for any RPG-like elements? By RPG elements, do you mean like armor and stuff, or like medieval weapons? If you could clarify. Let's make an L room. I'm gonna have to change the generation code because some rooms will not have 4 entrances. No, actually, let's do something funny. This. I like this. This is room 3. Actually, this still has 4 entrances and exits, yeah. So that's fine. Some rooms like the L won't, so that's why I have to change the generation. Kofi bot. I will end you. I always feel bad advertising it. I feel like I have not justified a donation because there's not really much to see yet. Haven't made floor death pits yet. I probably will. like a spike trap, that kind of thing. Stuff like armor tube. Are there any future plans for like stats of any kind? Is the only difference between characters with the character? Okay. Oh, so you mean like yeah. I see what you mean now. Oh, it just fades in it. Oh, so you mean just like a hole in the center that like you can't walk through or whatever? Yeah. Yeah, I could do something like that. There's a shape. Does anyone have a custom shape request? Can be pretty much anything. As long as it's relatively cuboid. A rhombus, huh? The one that I can't do because it has angles. I mean, a rhombus is just a rotated square, pretty much. I would do it. I mean, I can modify the tile set to add diagonals, I guess. Oh, yeah, sorry. No, I didn't reply. Oh, sorry. I'm running off of 0 hours of sleep for the past, like, 3 days because there's so much to do. Yeah, I think I want it to primarily be, like, armor or, like, equipable, like, equipment that changes your, whatever, abilities and strength in the dungeon. Okay, octagon but made with pits. An octagon also has diagonals. Oh, but I see what you mean. I know what you mean. I gotcha. But yeah, I want it to be primarily equipment focused because I want it to be sort of like in Terraria, where everyone is like almost the same player, but just with different tools, equipment, and artifacts. There probably will be some kind of permanent health upgrade system, sort of like in Terraria. But I don't think there's going to be like traditional RPG stats, you know, like strength and dexterity and that kind of stuff. Because, you know, it's more of a roguelite rather than an RPG. So, yeah, it'll have some like probably permanent things that persist across dungeons. I'll have to decide on what that might be, though. So I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try to make your octagon. Third secret pillar at the end is crazy. Maybe, yeah. Hope people enjoy it. I'm not gonna work on it until we kind of have everything else in, though, because it's hard to. Can't explain why, but that's a cooler way to go too. I was just curious. Yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, so you want? Well, what here? What if I just do one of these rooms? That'd be fun, right? Here, let's do this shape. I don't think I've done this yet. This really is just making a bunch of completely random shapes. Maybe something like that. That could be cooler, I guess. Maybe I'll do wall for now on these. Just because I don't have an inky void at hand. But I will. One day. I really should be doing these all at the same time. What is this track, bro? Oh, I didn't do that. Oh, I did. Never mind, I'm stupid. One side has 3 tiles and the other side has 4. Oh, it does. Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. I will fix that immediately. There you go. Hey, Lukey Gaming. What's up? Welcome to the stream. Okay, that's one shape. That's another shape. Wait. Did I not save my shape? Oh, what? Didn't save my shape. Okay. We will remake the shape. It's okay. Thought it was such a cool shape, too. Save it. There we go. So we got that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Let's see how it looks in game. Oh, we have to actually wait. 1 to 5. Could probably do a smarter way of doing this by just looping through all of the different scenes in that folder, but people thought CD would have been angry. Oh, I would have been angry too. It's okay. Yeah. Restream bot, welcome. I keep going to the wrong place. I don't know why. So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take a gander. Okay, okay. There's a little bit of something going on here. It's shaping up. I think just having even more pieces, you know, just to make it more unique would be good. But this is definitely a valid way, I feel like, of spicing things up. It almost feels like it's not a grid, in a way, you know? Like, it feels like you're going, like, in a weird, wacky direction, which I kind of like, honestly. I also like that they all kind of connect on each 4 sides, coincidentally, and that's cool. It means I don't have to redo my dungeon programming. Well, I redo it, but update it. I'm liking it. I'll say that much. I need to, oh, that one's... I need to make some changes here. I need to have a consistent room height. Some of them are 3 tall for some reason. I think I'm just going to do 2 tall. That one, and then this one right here. Save that, and then this one. I know it's 2 here and 3 here. I don't care. Alrighty. I do like the obstacles kind of in the center, you know. I think that's a cool way of doing things. Maybe, wait a minute. Oh no, I'm just crazy. It's okay. Maybe this one could have an obstacle, like over here. Let's just put it like 4 away. I'll have to move these. Oh wait, I'll have to move these up more. Oh, and also wrong one. Wrong again. Everything's wrong and bad. I'm losing it. Okay. Now we're golden. We're old and ready. Yeah, I'll probably just keep working away at these different shapes, and then now that we have these set in stone, these will be used for any of the dungeons. I might have a few that are special. I'm probably going to make some dungeon rooms that are like for bosses and stuff, you know? And maybe we'll have a room that's like a shop. or something. Not a shop. I like how it is in Cult of the Lamb where it's, well, and Binding of Isaac, they have that room where you just like pick an upgrade or an artifact or whatever that kind of helps you in the dungeon. And I want something like that somewhere. One nice thing about this dungeon generation is that it is very easy to get a list of the ends of the rooms, of dead ends. Because I'm just doing this recursively. The Discord link not work on Twitch. Oh my goodness. I swear it was working. Why did it just break? Oh, it just took some... What? Huh? Yeah, that's whack. I don't know what that's about. It is biased. Yeah, I guess so. It's a bro moment. What are you doing, Nightbot? But in this is just a recursive algorithm. So it just runs through oops. So it runs through here, does all its code. If it can place another room, it does this whole thing again on the next tile. It's actually a really nice little algorithm. I'm gonna be real. For dungeon generation, this is awesome. I didn't make this. Well, I made it. I didn't design, like, there was a video of the developer of the Binding of Isaac kind of talking about the dungeon generation. I made some changes, like specifically in here. This is usually a 50% chance, but I made it a 1/3 chance. The reason for that is that it just makes the dungeons a little more branching instead of snaky. So that's what I wanted. Yeah, there's a couple things I might want to change. Right now how it works is like all the rooms are separated apart, which isn't totally necessary. Oh, it might be easier though. Check the Discord. Hold on. Ayo. Look at this. Look at this little guy. Is that his mining laser? That's pretty epic. That could be some sick art. Oh, the Starground general chat. Let me go check. Ayo. I'm making it. We're doing it. Actually, that should work just fine, yeah. I hate new people. Yeah, let me, oops. Wrong chat. Let me copy this. We'll pull up Godot over here. This kind of goes hard, I'm not gonna lie. Fan art goes hard. Where was that in? Arfagort. Why don't I see it? Am I going crazy? Oh. Yeah. Pretty cool. Is that like a desert? I'm sorry. I'll stop sharing the secrets. Oh wait, I have to go look at the other one though. Here, I'll move it to the other screen. It's okay, all the secrets will be revealed eventually. Back to the general. Cult of the Lamb, but instead of being a cult, it's automation. Kind of. Cult of the Lamb, that idea of like combining the two genres is kind of like a big inspiration. Because really it combines like roguelite, dungeoning, and then also colony sim. Which has some automation aspects, but it's not automation. It's the grass place, just not color markers. Oh, okay, yeah. Does the main character have a name? Not really. He kind of looks like a marshmallow. So maybe Mallow? I don't know. The community can decide what is the main character's name. Shallow. Marshall. think it was based off the Godot 2 play card. Yeah, it kind of is. It's just the cylinder head. It's not like the actual robot guy, but you know. Jeffrey, let's go. I like Jeffrey. Okay, let's create this room. Stop searching for that. What room would be the easiest? Doesn't matter. It's gonna be. Maybe bad optics for a game on an island. What would be bad optics for a game on an island? Cylinder among us. Maybe. Robot man. Oh yeah, that's true. I'm sucking up to bed. Good night. Game looks dope. Catch you next time. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you for coming to the stream. But yeah, catch you next time. Bye. Heyo. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Water equals explode. Yeah. Oh wait, I forgot to. We're making this skull room, guys. This is gonna be the coolest skull room you have ever seen in your lives. Like that. Get that going there. And boom. Top of the head is done. Maybe a little tall. I might make it shorter. We'll see. Let's work on the eyes. So the eyes will go like here. So it's like 3 apart. It's just your average Joe, average skeleton Joe. Actually, that's a little too far away, I think. Let's put the eyes here. Man, I'm so bad at picking the right tiles for this. I really should turn this into a tile set. Or a terrain set, whatever. Just because it'll be easier. But will it? Oh, I'm screwing up everywhere. I've screwed. It's okay, we fixed it. Look at this dude. Oops, messed it up again. Fun times. Okay, almost there. Just gotta get the funny teeth. This is gonna be tight fit. I know he looks like a ghost. Hold on. There we go. This will go like that. Oops. Hey, welcome Dev Sam to the stream. And then that'll go there. Let's see. Is our skeleton boy complete? Well, I have to do the other side, but I just want to take a look. It's almost there. It's almost there. Wait, that was 1, 2, 3. So right there. We're so close, gamers. This is probably not going to be symmetrical, is it? It's not symmetrical. Oh my goodness. Let's move this one then. Nope. Making a game about automation, I sure don't like automating menial tasks, do I? Hello, sir. Are you reading chat? I am reading chat. Hello. Alright. Schoolroom. Starground gonna blow up and someone gonna make the Starground iceberg and that skeleton are gonna be on the bottom layer. Yeah. Probably. Did you know in Starground the skeleton room is actually an ancient creature? Yeah, this is the lore. The skeleton room. I can't wait for Matt Pat's theories. I wonder if it's gonna be like FNAF where he does like 20 of them, and each time it's the final theory, but then it's not. Hey Devin B, this is Papa D. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Skeleton room is done. Let's go add it. Now, we're almost getting to the point where there's a decent chance not all of these rooms will actually be seen in the same dungeon. That's fine. That's kind of what I want, honestly. Let's also do... Let's up the remaining rooms. Yeah, let's say instead of 10, let's do 15. Yeah, your game is looking really good. I gotta give kudos. Looks pretty sick. Godot. Godot, hello. This happens occasionally. It's okay. There we go. All right, here we go. Heyo. There's a bunch of schoolrooms. Okay. So yeah, the plan is to have like a door here so you can kind of walk between the two. Still need to decide on how I'm gonna like do all this. Because like I could have like a literal gap in the wall that you could walk through, or it's like a door that you kind of just stand next to and then get like teleported through, if that makes sense. Also, what is happening? Oh, right, the collision boxes. Skeleton room is where everything was formed. Yeah. I moved over to Twitch. Yeah, Twitch is kind of just better for streaming. Yo, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I just have it on YouTube also, restreaming on there just as a courtesy, but really Twitch is the main platform. We were born in the skeleton room, shaped from it in a time we will be returned to it, yeah. It is the origin of all life in the universe. Yeah, I need to add doors in here. If I can just add doors, work on like you know, final, it doesn't even have to be anything, just like a final room that you can get to leave the dungeon. That would be good. I have an idea for how I want this dungeon stuff to work. I think what I'm gonna do is oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah. We're just gonna say equals 15. There we go. Fix that. Oh, and that has to be equal to room count. Okay, let's close this one. Let's open the other one. But as I was saying, oh, what did I just do? What? What did I do? Did I screw something up? Can I set some rooms to randomly rotate? I would, but the problem is that I'd have to change the tile sets. It'd be cool, but it's like, because the walls, you know, I'd have to, I don't know. It would be all broken. I could make just variations of the same rooms, just rotated, you know. That would be fine. Yeah, that's all good. Okay, crash the game. There has to be... Oh, this is why. Remaining rooms equals room count. As I was saying, I keep getting off topic, but I want the dungeons to kind of start with like an outdoor area. Maybe it's like just on the surface of the moon, or it's like in space. And then you can kind of walk into the dungeon from there and it all branches out. So yeah, that's the plan. Maybe we'll see. But yeah, I gotta close all these tabs. Look at all these. Okay. Let's check the dungeon. Should be working. You're making preset rooms like prefab rooms. You're doing an array style that are called and then mapped. I'm doing like, I'll show you what I have here. So in the dungeon rooms, these are just kind of the general shape of the rooms, but they're just empty rooms. I'm gonna kind of procedurally fill them in with like enemies and obstacles and all that stuff, you know. Yeah, hey, welcome Hans Code. But yeah, that's just kind of how it's set up. The dungeon should be bigger now, so let's see. I increase the size to 15. Hey yo, starting schoolroom. Yeah, it's a little bigger. Well, that sig makes it so much easier to visualize. Oh yeah. The just the prefab rooms, like having them in here, or how's the game going? Pretty well. Just working on some like dungeon generation stuff. This is all being procedurally generated, so I'm just kind of making these prefab buildings, or not buildings, but rooms, and then they all get combined together. But I can show off some of the other parts of the game too. Yeah, it's nice to just have those shapes kind of as just a foundation. Those will probably be in all the dungeons. Like this is the easy dungeon, but it'll probably be in the harder ones too. I need to work on the doors between the rooms. It's just a little more work because, you know, I have to change the tile set, or like add a door on top, and then I need to detect like where the neighbors are and just store a list of that and stuff. Yeah, it's not a huge issue. Yeah, other than that, funny automation. Boom, furnace. I placed those so bad. We got the long range mover now. That's something I needed to get done. The chests. Let's go ahead and smelt more again. How close are we? Oh, we hit 4 hours. probably all I can muster. I need to sleep. Well, we'll end it off 1 second. Yeah. Automation, baby. I need to fix the long range mover. I need to make it so the item actually, is in the right position. It's really easy to change though. Yeah, I want to get the miner set up so we can like really get some legitimate automation going. You one-man team? It's me doing all the programming, art, basically. Well, as of right now, everything. Ace, I have another person on the team who might be doing the music, so we'll see about that. But otherwise, yeah, this is all solo stuff so far. I know how hard it is to make it generate. Yeah, it's actually the way I did it wasn't too bad, really. I can kind of show you what I did, which worked really well for me. Yeah, it just generates a new one every time. I might have some like system so there's not so many duplicates of one room. But yeah, it's similar to how the Binding of Isaac generates rooms. Basically, this is the algorithm here. So I have a recursive method. So this is saying as long as there's more neighbors to check. So it starts with, I can draw this out. This will be easier to understand. So it starts out just running on this central room. This is the starting room. And then it checks each of its 4 neighbors. And it runs all this code on each of its neighbors. So for each neighbor, for each of these, it checks, does that neighbor have more than or less than 2 neighbors? So essentially what that means is that you end up with rooms like the rooms here, like if this has a neighbor here, for example, like this, now this room is done generating because it has 2 neighbors. So that just kind of creates more of a linear path instead of just like branching out in this huge thing. The next thing is there more rooms remaining? Like, we generate 15 rooms for each dungeon. So as long as there's more left. And then just a random chance that it just ends. And that just adds a little bit more randomness. Otherwise, it'd be like too perfect every time. Yeah, it works really well. It's very similar to the Binding of Isaac dungeon generations. I'd take a look at that. And then you just run the generate method again. It's like if you ever need help with art and whatnot, just DM me and I can give my 2 cents or help. Not saying it's bad, just another set of eyes or hands, I guess. Looks good though. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'll let you know if I ever need some help with that. Yeah, this works really well. This generates essentially instantly. This just makes a list or an array of a bunch of different rooms. And these are all just position coordinates. And then what I do is I convert those to in-world coordinates here. So all I'm doing is just multiplying it by like the room square size, and that puts it in the right position, and then just add it to the world. So it's actually really simple, and it works really well, surprisingly. But it's pretty interesting. I'll still have to do code for generating the enemies and all that other stuff. But yeah, getting there. Yeah, project's been fun though. It's a lot of work because the game's also multiplayer. So it's just always hard to get everything syncing between host and client all the time. But I do have that working pretty well too. I can show that off. I'll probably have that working through Steam at some point. Connect here. So now this client's over here. Even though this is just on my local machine, this does work just fine multiplayer, like online. But yeah, we can go to the same dungeon. So I still have to fix a few things here, like the player position is outside of the dungeon. Oh, this dungeon did not generate. Huh? Oh, I forgot to... Nah, I know why this is different. It's okay. It's an easy fix. It should be the same dungeon on both, though. The one thing I missed over here is inside of the scene and the spawner. I forgot to like define all these rooms that I want to generate with it, so not a problem. Alrighty. That should be fine now. Alright, well, stream's been going on for 4 hours. So does the game work with LAN? Yes, it should work with that just fine. What you should be able to do is just connect to the local host, which let me go ahead and open this back up. Once it loads. Since I had to open the port every time, sometimes it takes a second because there's a lot of checking that goes into that. Should open 1 second. There we go. But yeah, once you host, it should automatically host on the local area network. And that's exactly like what I'm doing here when I play locally, is it's just on LAN. So once you host, you can just connect. You can just straight up connect, or you can type in the local, LAN IP, which is just 127.0.0.1. That's universal for everyone. So you can connect to that, and now you're here. So yeah, working pretty well. I'll just check on this. It should be fine, but the dungeon generation, yeah, we're good. It's just forgot to sync the nodes across client and server. Alrighty, well, that's probably going to be it for today's stream. I've been going for way longer than I thought I would be. I thought this was going to be like a 2-hour thing, and now it's double that, but that's okay. I got a little bit of progress done and stuff. Alright, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. Oh, I forgot. Doubles. Yeah, it was fun. A lot of work done. If you want to catch future streams, be sure to follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. Or join the Discord server. There's a channel that pings for streams. So, yeah, thank you everybody for coming. I appreciate it. I'll probably be streaming tomorrow again at 3 p.m. Just going over more stuff. Probably more dungeon generation. Maybe more automation. Really just random stuff, working on like the 2 columns of stuff. It's just you kind of have to do both at the same time. Sure, okay guys, I love dev stuff like this. Thank you. Building yeah. Building menu too. I will work on the building menu. No, caps deserved, honestly, because I almost forgot. Should we raid? I can't even raid anyone because the channel's too new. Like, it doesn't let me. So there's no point in even trying, I guess. But hopefully in a few weeks, when the channel is not a day old, it'll actually let me raid. So, all right. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm going to head out now. So I'll see you all later. Bye.